time. That's what I keep on saying till I lose my mind. Feel like a bat in a sea breeze, shine like a moon in the last sky. Can you believe it till the end of your life? Oh, we some backs into a room. That's enough for satisfaction. Ready, know how to have fun. No need no explanation. Whoa, what's it worth of nothing? Whoa, what's it worth of nothing? Sure, read that double minute. Oh, storyteller. Whoa, what's it worth of nothing? Whoa, what's it worth of nothing? Oh no, it doesn't matter. So we will never lose.
All right, let's get a recap of what happened last time on Team Supernova.
Yeah, it's my turn. Last time on Team Supernova, we exited Governor McDonald's room from talking to him and ran into his son Hans. Had some wacky hijinks with him. Turns out that Felix is going to be his teacher from now on, so we'll see that in the future. After that, we met his wife. Gwen wanted to get an autograph. She said she, gave kind of a cold aura, so it didn't happen. That's why Gwen was so mad when Claire was talking to her, making reasonable points. After that conversation, Felix and Clara ran into Lance and Wayne, and then Morris came over. Clara ran into Viridian trying to get drugs.
Damn, he's really whitewashing that conversation. Sorry.
Clara ran into Viridian getting drugs in an alley with Hancock. Felix talked to Jose and then Percival. Clara talked to Burke. Well, Claire found Burke Brandy trying to take Brandywine, the preacher and priest, down from his sermon box as he's screaming at the populace that they're covered in sin. Then Claire decided that it was a great idea to walk into the church for some reason, talk to Brandywine, learn that she's just beyond salvation at this point, basically, and just a waste of her eyeballs. And that's basically where we wrapped up.
Based. Yeah, it wasn't the most action-packed
A
session.
lot of talky scenes. So if you want to know the exact talking bits in those scenes, go watch it.
There might have been a fight in there that's just a little whitewashed by the white man who gave the introduction. But I'm sure it was nothing, right?
Huh?
Yeah, see, it was nothing.
Yeah, I said
it was Ben, huh?
What?
Well, yeah, see? It was nothing. Alright.
Oh, wait, yeah, dude. You fucking skipped the part where Clara went, like, schizo mode. And then, like, made fun of Gwen or something? I don't know. I wasn't really paying attention.
The part where Claire gave Gwen a swirly.
Nah, Gwen's got some things going on, alright?
Yeah,
You're taking L's left and right.
She's PMSing right now. She's
taking some L's. Anyone who takes that many L's will freak out.
Taking an L, Gwen? No! I don't know. I think Felix took an L then also, if that's the case. I mean, they were on the same side.
Yeah?
Speaking of sides, which side or the other side? You gotta make up your mind. It's do or die or suicide. You gotta make up your mind. It's a little reference for the World Ends With You fans out there. So
just you.
Hey, man. Come on.
Yeah, if you like the World
I'm pretty sure we have a World Ends With You fan in the audience.
Listen, the World Ends With You is a great game. Go play it on Switch.
Nope. No, don't. It's not very good. It's hard to port that game off the DS. Go play Neo on the Switch. That game does great there. Where the fuck
I love Neo.
There we go. Me too. And World Ends With You Neo. And Neo 2. I can't wait for Neo 3. when the death of the samurai occurs. William's still alive somehow.
Yeah, somehow.
So what do you guys want to do?
What?
Oh, fuck. What was I gonna do?
I was gonna go talk to Morris, but fucking Jesus Christ.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God, yeah. You need to go do that.
Yeah,
Oh, God.
Weren't you gonna go
Oh God, fuck!
Weren't you gonna go talk to the Knights?
Yes, I was.
Because I
but,
think Percival said told you to thank Boris, right?
Yeah.
So you can,
I would
go,
just-
you can go first, champ.
Okay.
Wow,
I would just like to say, you could just scroll over and just show this, like the right side of the screen, and if a viewer doesn't get what's going on, they're not a real one.
They're not a real one.
Maybe that's just me coloring my
I
opinion.
didn't know Liam wrote
No,
that.
I think you were picking up. No, I think you're good, Ben. I think you might be right.
Oh, man.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you definitely launched yawn vibes into my head.
Dude, don't make flash jokes. What the fuck?
Oh, sorry, guys. I gotta drink my speedster alcohol.
Gotta
so
go
metabolize
vibe.
fast.
As Felix,
I can't be vibe. I can be mecha vibe though.
as Felix reaches the sky, calls down a lightning bolt, and summons a new sword, and Claire just pulls one out.
Yeah.
I got faster, Clara.
Claire and
Didn't you?
Verdian look at each other and draw
Oh,
their
wait.
swords.
Fuck, I don't think Blake would get that. He wasn't there for
I
that.
wasn't.
Yeah,
Oh,
sorry.
Wow. Oh, listen to that cope in his voice. How long is he gonna be your dad?
I wish I was there for that.
Yeah.
Nah, it was funny at the time.
It was funny at the time. Ben trying to explain his insensitive racial comments to later voters of his campaign. It was comedic at the time.
Comedic at the time. Oh yeah, now I remember what I was gonna do.
Yeah.
I kind of wanted a reason Felix to go into the bar.
Hmm.
Guess I could like maybe bring along Nebu, right? Like this is
Good.
where they let you drink.
Yeah. You're like, I will reveal to you the spot.
I will reveal to you the spot. Although, wait, oh god, we definitely did miss some weeks, but didn't Felix have a deal with Viridian on that? Fuck. Hey, now we're getting into the rabbit hole, dude.
Vaguely, but Nebu could just corner dude in an alley, and that's a hard argument to win.
Nah, that's an encounter. We can't do that.
Viridian said I did want to keep her. I want to keep my secrets safe, but you could just ignore his schizo babble.
That's true. Viridian did buy drugs earlier, and I know that meta-wise I don't know that, but I don't care.
But he is my partner, and I'm allowed to assume he's just doing something retarded.
I got my cook.
Viridian did buy a duffel bag of drugs and tell Chloe we're having a team meeting tonight about this, and then left.
Alright.
That's just the thing. Yeah, once again.
Yeah, let me take that camera.
I'm sure this won't give Gwen more ammo to be mad at us.
Let me take that camera. I need to go pawn it because I spent all my money on drugs.
Yeah. Yeah, also, yes.
Viridian walks out with a big bag of a big crate full of drugs with chains on it. And then the Black Hood walks up to him and goes, "You're a sinner."
Sinner. God, I can't believe Sheriff Keller got yelled at by Father
I
Brandywine.
can't believe Sheriff Keller's fucking ripped. Anyway.
I can't.
Are you guys fucking like Archie posting at me?
No?
Yeah, kinda.
Dude,
Anyway.
come on. You know what happens if you tell
Actually, it's river posting. Thank you.
him. It's river posting.
Yeah. I guess Felix will just take Nebu to go drink. She's
She's been
literally
bitched.
starting to look like a mummified skeleton.
She's having withdrawals.
Oh God, she drinks that much? Jesus.
Yep. She's an alcoholic. What can I say?
Oh God. Well, I don't care.
I don't. Felix doesn't know what that is, so this is fine.
Addiction. Just stop.
Just stop. Felix, it's like it gets harder. Oh.
What do you mean?
Alright.
What are you referring to?
You can bring Nebu over towards the... do you remember the name of the bar?
The sandbar.
Nice. No, it's the green light.
The green lights? Was it
Yeah.
really called that? I guess.
Was it really
Oh
called?
my god, it is called the green light.
Yeah. Background track also.
Hey, that's smart, dude. Leave it
Thank
in.
you. Hey, I like that. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. So you went through the good old bar you got familiar with thanks to Mr. Enoch's, guidance as you make your way in with Nebu, who has been jonesing violently. So you've taken upon yourself to be like, I'm going to put an end to this state of hers. She'll probably be in better mindset for the entire mission or something. You know, any sorts of justification Felix has to acquiesce on this request.
Oh, yeah.
So you're drinking hole.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right. Could step into the bar, the sort of homey, like I said before, it's not like rundown, but it's small and it's got all those, little
Yeah, it's got all the
signs.
it's got the
on
huntsman
wall
stuff
shit.
on it, right? Like famous huntsman.
Like famous huntsman. It's got a
It's got a skull,
deer.
a grim skull that's
skull in
still
the front.
moves.
It's got a deer that you answer the riddle's free to enter.
Fuck.
Nah, it's like one of those homey, like old Americana sort of feels with this thing. It's like lit up signs from little things, pictures, one of those music players, jukebox, things like that. That kind of feel of the place.
Alright, I got
Nebu
you.
looks incredibly not like snobbily holding up her nose, but just like confused at how like Valish bars look. This is a lot different than the Varation shit, apparently, even on the west coast she's from. And she kind of like pokes one of the neon signs nearby and like looks around at this place. There's a couple of there's music kind of playing in the background. There's a quiet game machine in the corner someone's on, and she's like, "This is what constitutes a bar in Vale?"
I think that it's quite nice.
I mean, yeah, I guess. It looks like a novelty restaurant. Or like, I don't know. Whatever, okay. As long as they serve something to drink here.
I think you'll find something to your liking.
Mm-hmm. Right. As Nebu, you wind the corner, Nebu pauses as she goes, "Oh shit!" She points over to Garf and Varric, who are both at the bar. Garf is laughing loudly about something and smacking Varric on the back, and they're chatting. And she kind of peels back around the corner for a second. She peers suspiciously. "Oh shit, Felix, I don't like the look of this."
Felix will just kind of give her a side glance and then look over at those two and be like, "Actually, I find this quite fortuitous."
Oh, okay. I mean, I don't like it because these guys are like our not these guys. Isn't Varric like our chaperone or something?
Yes, I suppose he is.
He's gonna totally give it away if I try and order something. Okay, you go distract him.
Felix will kind of just look at it as, like, are you serious? Kind of seeing if she's serious.
We're not allowed to drink here. We're not supposed to be. They're knights or something. Aren't those guys like, I don't know, like really fancy, like, what do you call them? Coppers? Constables? Whatever.
I think they deal with things a bit above that, but you are right, as
That makes them
Varric
bigger
as our
sticklers, doesn't it?
chaperone. Varric as our chaperone may find some fault in this. I assume you need this quite a bit. They'll say, looking at her.
Duh.
Ah,
And
fine.
besides, anyway, I wouldn't want the bartender to be confused. You do kind of look like a kid.
Nebu, please.
Just saying. You barely look like 13.
Nebu, these
Hey, that's a good
shots
thing.
to my ego.
Oh,
right
that's
now
a
are
good
not helping.
thing. You look young forever.
I do not think that is how it works.
I don't know. Well, maybe dress more like an adult then.
Felix will look at his person. Like,
What's
I
Felix
do.
wearing?
Felix is wearing the classic. He's wearing the classic purple hoodie, but this time he's got a I love Fuck, what's the city called? What Mountain Glen? I love
Glen.
Mountain Glen t-shirt now. He
He
bought it with Viridian the other day.
I love the Glen.
I love the Glen.
with their mascot, Timmy the Turtle, with the back being the top of Mountain Glen. I love the Glen.
I do not understand what you mean.
Just go talk to them.
Fine.
Never
Please
says that
do
she,
you try to be sneaky about this.
Yeah. Never says that she like finds a reflective surface and starts digging in one of her purses to pull out some like little like lighter scarf shawl thing she has and start kind of hiding her face a little bit but then trying to make it not look disgusting. Starts redoing some of her makeup because she noticed something wrong and just gets overall distracted trying to slightly disguise herself.
Right, okay. Felix will walk over and he'll sit down like right here, I guess.
Yeah.
And kind of try to wait till they're, done laughing or whatever and look over at Varric.
Yeah. Varric will, after a minute, or after a little bit as they're talking, he'll look over and spy you, and he'll raise a hand and go, "Ah, Felix! What a coincidence!" Garth
Yes.
kind of grumbles a little bit as he looks over and blinks, kind of staring at you for a second like he's trying to remember who you are for just a second, and nods. "Oh, one of your little kids, right. Ugh. Hey, I'm off the job right now. Trissy isn't here."
Well, that is a shame.
Yeah, you two get along like water and oil, huh?
Unfortunately, our first meeting was not the best.
Huh? Oh, yeah, you tried to go in the wrong car. Can you hardly blame him? That's like entering the women's changing room or something, man.
Felix will just look at him and then give him a small smile and be like, "I suppose it is similar."
Nah.
But
You find a lot of strict places like that in Vale. Guess you're not used to it yet, huh?
no, it's nothing like that from where I'm currently acquainted with.
Wouldn't think so. Not a lot of places that put signs up in the desert. They just get sandblasted. Besides, no one cares there much. Takes
No.
a big sip.
Uh,
And Varric leans over. For reference, Garth probably has a better idea of the place than I do, after all. He served as a mercenary for a long time. Went place to place, right? Yeah. Not like I'm too familiar with Vale after all this time, anyway.
Yes, I think I heard that. My partner Viridian is quite the fan. Well, all of the knights, but you in particular.
Yeah, I got that impression. Funny kid. At least he's enthusiastic about things. Weird. Not used to so many people talking to me. I normally scare them off. Cracks a smile as his kind of scarred up, like, gray face creaks into a weird smile.
Okay. Felix will, yes, it is unfortunate how many people will judge by appearance, isn't it?
I'm sure you would know the most out of all of us. Hey! Don't give him don't let him run away with that thing. I've got this leather face. But yeah, kid's right. Kind of a pain. That's why the helmet's nice.
Felix will give a small chuckle to that, and then I am glad I met up with you, Sir Varric. I did need to tell you something.
Oh, what is it?
I met up with Percival the other day, and she wished to convey her thanks for your help.
Oh, Horsey! Garth looks over. Right. You said you ran into her, huh? And Varric will smile over at Felix. Oh, well, that's very kind of her. I told her it's nothing at the time. I figured it doesn't require much, thought between allies like that sort of thing. But she is quite the proper woman, so I suppose I will have to accept these thanks, and hope that next time she won't feel the need to be so, worried about asking for assistance on these sorts of things. I understand her pride in taking care of her own territory here and those she's sworn to protect, but after all, it's our duty to help out anyone in Vale in the first place, so she shouldn't feel so indebted to us. Huh. Yeah. So, kid, what do you think about the faux knight? She's something, isn't she?
I think that she is quite amazing, frankly.
Yeah, right? Garth laughs, holding up one of his hands as he's kind of like asking for another drink and kind of scratching his big belly a little bit. He's unarmored. He's not like fat, but he's kind of like built bulky. So he's got a bit of a gut, like that fat strong.
Yeah, I got you.
Definitely more of a knight than a guy like me. I still earned a spot, though. Shows how it works in this world,
Well, I'm sure you've made your own reasons for being a knight.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you can ask any of them. I stab them the best, eh, Ver? He jabs Eric in the stomach a bit. Plus, never been anyone who wasn't known as reliable. Still not exactly the cutting image of it, though. Can't say I'm not grateful, obviously, but still. Let's just say, even I get rubbed the wrong way when I see someone like that get snubbed for it. Not so much of a vulture. I think what Sir Beaumains is trying to say, Varric says, trying to help cover up his sort of half buzzed ramblings, is it is a shame that we don't have Lady Percival among our ranks. She's quite the fitting candidate for this sort of position, and with experience to boot.
It is unfortunate that one thing would hold her back. Her semblance is quite interesting.
Yeah. Real interesting. But still, it doesn't matter about what kind of semblance or whatever a person has. Knights are supposed to only do so many duties, but they're pretty important ones. Yeah. Garth kind of shakes his head. Mercenaries like me and her. No, I'm not one anymore, obviously. Don't have a lot of upward momentum, so a gig like that would have been perfect. Not like a lot of them have the attitude to actually hold this thing down. Sorry to bring things down. Just always feel a little sour whenever I run into her. Kind of like I snubbed her or something. I don't know. I think you're letting the alcohol get to you. Maybe. But hey, just look at this kid, he jabs a finger. More just talking to Varric at this point than you. I mean, when you look at kids like this, I start to feel a little weird. Things here are a little backwards, that's all I'm saying.
I feel like so. Can I just look over at Varric and then...
Varric, sorry, just Varric's look on his expression. He has a sort of practice, sort of not apathetic, but polite grimace of yes, I understand what you're saying. But he's trying to obviously, hold a little more of a social face than Garth, who's red in the face and just talking. And he looks a little uncomfortable just because Garth is shooting off at the mouth, and the topic obviously bothers him to a degree. A fucking rapport can give you more detail, and Garth kind of loudly belts over the table towards the bartender. Hey, old lady, you're not gonna, tell on me, right? This place is still nice and quiet? She kind of looks up from her spot, washing in the back, go, huh? Garth, I've been filtering whatever you've been saying since I knew you. Ha! Yeah, that's why I like this place. What were you saying, kid?
Well, sorry, I'm a bit taken aback. It must be, Felix will try to choose his words carefully. I suppose you do not need to agree with certain people's outlooks to work for them. Especially not in your position.
Oh, you mean the Lordling? No, not really. Ganymede, he's a swell guy and all, but it's not like I gotta lick his ass on everything. Bastion's got a lot of, well, appearance measurements and things like that he's got to keep into account. The way he speaks, any noble that takes themselves seriously and wants to do anything in the political sphere here, they've got to adopt a certain level of facade to manage. And any of his beliefs I just don't agree with on principle that he actually holds, not just for appearance sake. Well, I mean, what's that between a couple of fellas? It's not like you gotta agree on everything, right? I wouldn't be assigned to his detail like that if I didn't at least understand him a little bit. Besides, it's not like we're just here on a pleasure trip after all.
Yes, I suppose that is true. I feel that it is similar to my partner and I's outlook. He and him do not see eye to eye on many things either.
Oh, yeah, right. Your partner's with the tall kid. That's a funny pair. Can't
Well, you
imagine
should
how
have seen this in the first year.
Ugh. You huntsmen and that whole team stuff. It's a little slapdash, don't you think? I mean, organizational work like that, you probably want to pick who you work with, not just have them shoved next to you.
I'm afraid that is not how it worked down in Shade.
Is that how it works anywhere for huntsmen? Oh, the academy headmasters seem like loons for doing that sort of stuff. I guess it's like trying to teach you something or whatever. But even the army knows to put you in larger units than just 4 members.
Well, I can only speak for the success that I've seen. I think that my team is quite organized.
Huh. Well, you gotta be doing something right, it sounds like. People know your name already.
Yes, and that has been both a blessing and a curse.
Yeah, that's fame for you, kid. It comes with some restraints to how you present yourself, certainly, or else your reputation can get out ahead of you. But it's useful to be a household name, or at least locally known. You should make sure to be able to take some pride in it, as well as become familiar with how to navigate it. Derek tries that helpfully, as Garth just kind of waves his hand like, yeah, something like that sounds right. But some people are just stuck up shit creek from where they start. You're never gonna get over some things. No matter how this kid presents himself, he's always gonna have horns, you know? No offense.
Felix will just kind of just shrug his shoulders a little bit and be like, well, you do just speak the truth. These are not going away anytime soon. And even if they did, they would just grow back.
He grins. You see a couple of his teeth have sure chipped a little bit. Yeah. See, I'm right. I always speak the truth. You always speak what you believe, that's for sure. I apologize if Sir Beaumains is too forward about these things, Felix. But, well, after all, we're all here to relax, so no need for these sorts of extreme formalities.
My thoughts exactly.
Yeah, but you can't help yourself, Pegasus. He sneers a little bit before snickering again, as Varric just kind of shakes his head and slightly sips his drink. So, you're not picking a fight with the Lordling anymore, at least, though, right, kid? I mean, don't make enemies with nobles when you don't have to. I'll tell you one thing. It's not like Ganymede's real torn up about that one encounter or anything. Didn't mention you kids or anything afterwards. Don't think it offended him much.
Well, yes, I must admit I was a bit angry at first, but that feeling is past now. I still do not think I like him, but I don't want to make enemies of him either.
Yeah, that's fine. You don't gotta like the guy. He makes it pretty hard.
Yes, his, well, speaking to him in that library was interesting, to say the least.
Did you speak for long? Varric says, kind of leaning over the bar a bit.
Well, suppose we were in there for quite some time. Not as much time as you two did, though. Seems that we got in ahead of you.
Oh yeah. Well, like you, like I told you, your big pal, we've basically been on the slow burn list for a while. After all, the governor doesn't like us poking around in his business. You should be careful, Garf. I mean, it is a mission from the crown. Varric says a little worried. He goes, nah, Lordling's been trying to poke around for information everywhere. He was asking you guys, right? He looks back towards Felix.
Yes, but unfortunately that was our first meeting as well with the mayor, so even if we wanted to, we had no information.
Varric looks over a bit and kind of a flash of concern rolls over his face for a second before he kind of goes back to neutral, and he taps the counter, looking like he wants to say something, but Garth just booms up again. Hey! If you ever have anything useful to say on what's going on, or the governor tries to do something y'all think don't exactly seem like it's on the straight and narrow, yeah, swing by and give us a little tell about it. Garth, I would prefer that you don't requisition them for the investigation. Now we're allowed to call it an investigation. Okay. What? They're allowed to. They're fighting for their lives already. They're not just kids.
Well, we will, Felix will kind of look down at the bar and, just kind of like sip at the water, you know, Felix he would not order alcohol in front of them.
Yeah.
So we're like, well, I suppose if anything truly crosses a line morally, perhaps. Felix will say, looking back at the bar for a second.
Oh, yeah, morally, definitely that. But even legally, I mean, this place is a bit of a powder keg or something. I don't know. I can't put it so succinctly, but if this really is as bad as Lord Ganymede thinks it's gonna be, I mean, oh, come on! He looks over at Varric, glaring at him. Sorry, looks like your chaperone's getting pissed off at me. I'm not exactly someone who needs to remind you that we should be careful on whose information we're spreading around, Sir Beaumains. You have an oath, after all. Yeah, but if Ganymede wanted them to know about it, isn't it better to tell him more at this point? Varric sighs and stares at him again, and Garth huffs a little bit. I'm not going to hold my tongue.
Well, I not want you to cross the line, so please.
Line schmines. I have my job. I'm not going out of the boundaries. I'm just making sure it's achieved. King wants something done, I'll do it, you know? Owe the man that much. Even more. Nonetheless, you should not make sure they're too busy from their own objective, and they have no allegiance towards us in the first place. After all, the most we do is assist them on this mission. Or the most I do is assist them on this mission. They don't serve the crown, Garth. They have no reason to. Yeah, I guess. I'm just saying any good-thinking fellow would want to do it.
Well, suppose you will have to respect that we have our own mission.
Oh, yeah. Sure, no, I get that. Yeah. No shame in that. You're a huntsman, after all.
Yes, I suppose we do have to. Felix will kind of look back at the bar and be like, we have to do what we're told. Felix will quickly correct it to a point, of course.
The situation here is nothing close to catastrophic, but after experiencing what happened in Redwall, I'm sure you can understand why the added assistance in matters of the current situation would be the most beneficial to focus on. the migratory influx has been just more fuel to the fire of certain resentments in the city. The governor is seemingly attempting to mitigate this as much as possible, from what I understand, on a political level. But of course, any amount of disarray in any form of the society is going to cause more agitation from Grimm. I hope you've been making some strides with the doctor's research. From what I understand, they're increasing their surveillance on something.
Yes, we will be assisting them further on ways to Felix will kind of look for the right word, to track Grimm.
Right. Those devices they've come up with. I'm interested to see on the success of them. It's an unprecedented idea to be able to accurately survey Grimm in a method like this. And I suppose the testing will be required to be melded into actual field practice at this point. Currently, I'm assigned to assisting in surveying some of the subterranean activity right now. Iris and I have been working on it currently.
Glad to hear that. I haven't really gotten to catch up with them on their missions, anyway. I feel like he'll feel like a little tug to look back to see what Nebu's doing, but he'll fight it off.
Drinking. Oh, she would have sat here, so she's not facing them. What am I doing? Nebu's not that dumb. Yeah. You kind of caught in your corner of eyes as she was walking. At one point, though, she was hunched over with a fake cane, like an old lady with one of those shawls over her head.
Where the fuck did she get the cane?
Off the wall.
Dude, she's got like.
She took it off the wall.
I thought you were gonna say that Nebu has a fucking an Aunt Aggie bag from Halloween Town.
Well, she does have her purse, and she just carried it like an idiot. But that would be funny if she could just pull shit out of it. Fuck. Felix, my semblance is this purse I was born with. Bag of holding. Because we're playing D&D 5th edition.
There's already a character with that semblance.
Oh, fuck. I mean, not technically.
Well, you know what I mean.
I know what you mean, exactly. God, I love how they talked about how that was actually supposed to be Roman semblance, and they said, "No, we'll just kill him." Nice.
I love RWBY.
Anyway, what was I saying? Right, yes, subterranean, yeah. Yes, it's put us on a bit of an odd timetable, so I imagine they've been not lined up currently with your current sleeping schedule. It's been luckily very non-exciting, or very boring so far, in the sense that there's no odd activity. Though I'm being, let me rephrase it. Though I am surprised at how deep some of the tunnel systems run here under the Glen. Apparently, many of them were abandoned attempts as transport networks that the old weapons manufacturing plant was going to use during the war here. So what, there's like a bunch of old abandoned ghost tunnels down there or something? Essentially, some of the subway systems in the city built upon the first, or the highest ones to ground level here, but there are still some that run deeper. There are some attempts at mining minerals and dust directly from the facilities here, but none of the veins and deposits ran very deep, so there was only so much continued drilling before the project was dubbed a waste of time. Or deemed a waste of time. Still, though, enough of them exist that connected towards other subterranean caves and can lead to some grim population living somewhere deep beneath the city. But none so much chaotic as I had expected.
Wow,
Still,
that would be terrible if that were true, but I'm glad that things have turned out okay so far.
Still, we must remain vigilant. Yeah, it probably won't be so bad. People in Vale here hear those sort of cave systems and get real worried about it, but I mean, Vacuo's got one all the way under it, and Shade's just practically a bomb if you'd consider those a danger. Whole place is surrounded by them, above, below, and around. I wouldn't worry about it.
it is true. There are quite the amount of tunnels, even in our school.
The grotto. I can't wait till one day some crazy bastard actually maps out a path around there. Tons of people always used to say there's a bunch of old city-states and stuff that just went underground and shit and are still living there, you know? Say their skin's gone blue from living underground for centuries.
Felix will kind of just raise his eyebrow like, I'm surprised I have not heard this rumor before.
Well, that's the thing. They keep it on the low, you know? Wouldn't be much of a secret society if they kind of got talked around a bunch.
I suppose not, although I do think that they would have been found by now, but perhaps it's just that secret.
In the grotto? Like I said, kid, thing runs over the entire continent. Kind of hard to look through, huh? Still, I believe these are just mercenary tall tales to incite each other towards chasing riches in some grim-infested caves. Yeah, maybe, but still, you know, warms my boyish heart to imagine there's abandoned societies down there somewhere. Now, that's an adventure.
Well, if I may ask a favor, please do not mention this to my partner. I fear what he may do with that information.
Oh, well, there's the fun in that.
But I'll be roped along, I'm afraid.
You look like you need a good roping.
Felix will just...
He'll most likely forget by the time he's sober. Don't worry, Felix.
Felix will just nod his head. Just, okay. Felix will be like shooting a glance back at Nebu, like...
You'll see the bartender had gone over towards the table, and as you hear go, "Ma'am, I don't think you're old enough to be here." Nebu's looking up at her. Like,
Oh,
no, I don't know what you're talking about, dearie.
Felix will just not be looking back at that commotion, but he'll just be cursing under his breath slowly. God
damn it, Nebu.
Nebu, why? Why? Felix will just let it happen. He's not getting up to defend her. He's not blowing his cover.
Nebu's like turning one of the bar coasters there into gold and trying to slide it over to the lady to bribe her. It's not working.
No, dude.
I mean, Nebu did it in front of her. She's suspicious if that'll just turn back, and also kind of upset she ruined one of her coasters.
Oh my god,
it's not going well.
Okay, Felix will after if this doesn't end like right then. Felix will be like, "Well, I have enjoyed your company. I must, however, help someone."
Oh yeah, nice to meet you, Buck. Indeed, Felix.
Felix will just nod and walk over and be like, "Nebu, I do think it's time we left."
I'm sorry, dear. My ear's gone bad. The woman reaches over, like knocks her little shawl off, and like yanks on her ear. Nebu's got like trying to like make up paint wrinkles on her face. And grab her by the ear. And just, ow, ow! You come on! Get out of here, kid. She your friend?
Yes, she is.
Wow. Mr. Irving ain't here to tell me to serve you drinks, but I'm certainly not getting my bar ruined by serving kids drinks all the time. Once or twice was one thing, but this is ridiculous. I mean, look at this kid. And what's this? She like reaches into Nebu's coat dress and she pulls out like a fucking empty 2-liter with like a tube attachment. You gonna put this away from me? Just looks at her.
Oh no! Oh no! Is Nebu doing Operation Bob?
Yeah.
Oh my god!
That's my that's my
Nebu.
That's a Veration inhaler. Get the fuck out of my bar.
We will leave now, Nebu. Please.
This is fucking bullshit, Felix. You said they serve drinks to kids here, minors here.
Well, we should not overstay our welcome. It's been very generous, I'll say to the bartender.
She nods and yanks her head, or like kind of clicks her head towards the door and moves back towards the bar. As Nebu does the fucking like raspberry, like tongue towards her. This place sucks, Felix. Let's get out of here. Wiping off her face.
Felix will just nod his head and walk with her and be like, Nebu,
Fuck this, I'm taking this cane, she says, thinking about putting it back on the wall. That just takes it.
Nebu, you should not steal things either.
I'm not stealing anything.
That
She
is
says
theft.
as she makes it gold. See, this is clearly mine.
You do that a lot, don't you?
Yep.
You are...
She says, swinging it with weird amount of practice and ability as she does the funny cane swing walk.
I must say, Nebu, you trying to siphon alcohol out of the bar is very funny to me, but it is also worrying that you would want that much.
What? That's barely that much. That's like, what, enough for like maybe a couple days?
I see. This is... Felix will kind of
I
look at
meant
her.
between me and Hagios.
I see.
If
Well,
you paid for it.
well, I was going to compliment you on your giving, but I... Felix would put his hand on his forehead and be like, Nebu, this is
I'm a very
a bit too
generous
much.
person. What? No, you're being ridiculous.
If you... Honestly, Nebu, I think if you would have just walked up and acted casual, perhaps you would have gotten a drink. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, maybe.
you don't look like an old woman.
Well,
even
I mean, I don't want it that... I didn't want them to notice me. And when I walk into a room, I turn heads if I look good.
Felix will just like kind of nod along with it, like, yes, but that was too much. Perhaps next time a more subtle approach. Because that was not subtle.
I guess. Maybe. Whatever.
Well,
I didn't want to drink any of that. It looked like piss water.
It was actually quite good when I drank there, but
Oh, shut up! You wouldn't know it's a good drink if it bit you in the ass.
I must admit I don't have your range.
Yeah,
or the volume
exactly.
you've ever drinking. I don't think I'll ever drink as much as you in my entire lifetime.
Oh, come on. Don't give up that easily. You got plenty of time.
I suppose I do, but I don't think I can catch up from this deficit.
Felix, girls don't like quitters.
That's fine by me. Let's go
Ugh,
before...
you're such a virgin.
Felix will just look at her and be like, I'm trying to be nice to you. And this is the treatment I get.
It shouldn't be that hard. I'm a beautiful young lady. Who's your friend and fashion advisor. Which, by the way, I don't like that you stopped taking my advice, she says as she like opens her jacket again, stares at the t-shirt for a bit, and then quickly zips it back up.
Well, I suppose I will ask you on fashion advice again, but this can never happen again. He'll say, like, just motioning to the bar and everything.
Well, this won't have to happen again once we get out of this hellhole. People said that Glen was like the city of sin in Vale. This place sucks. Vale's people, they think this is good?
Well, I wouldn't say that too loud. He'll look around like, Viridian could be anywhere here, and I would not want a 10-minute conversation on this.
I don't know. I could use a good fight. I'd get punch drunk. That is a good idea.
No, I do not think getting in a fight is a good idea.
What, you two did?
We did, but there was someone... We were saving someone. That was...
Whatever.
It was...
Saving some homeless guy.
Felix will
God,
just
how
shrug his
virtuous.
shoulders.
He was probably a drug addict.
Does that mean that he is not worth saving?
Well, I'm just saying he probably got into it by himself. Speaking of which, did you meet any dealers there?
Dealers, as in...
Yeah, like, designer drug, whatever they call it in Vale. I mean, I know they don't have any of the good stuff, but like something.
Nebu, I would not tell you even if I knew.
Oh my god, you are such a bad friend!
I'm not. I don't think a good friend would allow you to do that.
I think a good friend would allow me to get something to enjoy myself a bit more. Yeah.
Well,
Seriously, there's
no,
nothing fun to
Nebu.
do here. Ugh.
I do not know any designer drug dealers. I'm sorry.
You and Gwen are the worst. Clara would point me the right way.
That's because you would trick her.
No, I would entice her because she's nice.
Taking advantage of her, then. I see.
Well, of course I take advantage of people. Everyone wants to please me. It's not my fault.
Not everyone. Felix will just say.
Yeah, not everyone, she says regretfully as she glares at you. Come on, dear boy, let's get something to eat at least.
Yes, let us do that.
I'm
Hopefully
paying, and this cane's gonna help me.
Fine.
We're swinging
I
by the
hope
pawn shop.
I hope the guilt eats away at you.
The guild? No, it's called Guld. Oh, the guilt! Yeah. No.
Felix will just shake his head.
The pawn shop, and then go find a very fancy restaurant now.
Then Felix and Nebu walk into Pawn Stars.
Literally. This cane, I don't understand how this cane could be solid gold and be shaped.
Hey, you want some of the governor's spit?
Some of the governor's.
Felix tries to pawn a half-drink bottle of water from the governor.
You want to taste it?
Yeah, sure.
Look at me.
Yeah.
Felix, I will buy that rubber head.
Dude, then Nebu meets Chumley and she buys drugs from Chumley.
Yeah, hey, Viridian, I'll take your pants.
No.
Okay. Oh, hell yeah. What a great
Hell
deal.
yeah. Takes him off. He's not wearing anything underneath.
Viridian
And reveals himself on live TV.
Viridian was then sexually assaulted in the back room by Chumley.
Viridian did show his cock and balls on Jimmy Kimmel. And everyone Felix just run to Viridian out selling fucking camera.
Selling drugs!
No, selling the camera equipment he randomly has at the pawn store.
It's too bad we can't make the joke. Who are they trying to bail out in Vegas?
Geos.
They're trying to bail out Hagios. We gotta bail out Hagios. We left Viridian!
What happened to Hagios? Well, he was building a pipe bomb, and they arrested him.
Viridian walks in with a head that looks just like him. Look, it's me!
That's me! Pretty cool, huh? This is my gimmick now. Oh, fuck.
This is my gimmick.
He has to announce that this is my gimmick now. Oh, fuck. Okay. Alright.
Time for the iCarly posting.
Let's march on
Well,
over.
I mean, someone has to do it now that Quinto's been taken down to peg.
It's already viewable again for me. Like, he's just retarded.
Oh, is it?
Well, yeah, he's just an idiot.
Oh.
He's a fucking idiot. He just wanted you to give him money.
Damn it, it worked!
Damn, man, it worked.
E-beggar,
Nice.
E-beggar, E-beggar.
It was literally, like, within a day, it is fixed. He's a loser.
There go my channel growth.
Alright, Clara wanted to talk to Moors.
Yeah, Claire would send it that way.
Yeah, okay.
After she left the church and that weird sermon she got, she did what she's normally done in Mount Glen so far, which is walk up and almost walk directly into the street, forgetting what a crosswalk is because she's just lived in shade for like 2 years.
Yeah, a bunch of cars stop and honk and scream at you.
But
As the crowd of like 20 people waiting at the stop next to you like snicker.
Thankfully, she's adapted and this time's not walked actually into the street. Just almost done that.
Yeah, exactly.
But eventually she will cross the street like a normal person.
Yeah. As car is pushing through hordes of people, well, not pushing literally, but walking through hordes of people. She recognizes nearby is that nice restaurant they were at that one time, and she sees kind of against one of the walls nearby, cutting a bit of like a crowd kind of cutting around her, not really getting close to her nearby. Is Moore leaned up against one of the walls, just looking down at the floor, seeming like either distracted or focused intently on staring at the floor. It's hard to tell. She has that unfocused look about her, but her whole body seems kind of like, not like relaxed, just like kind of tense. That sort of like bouncer look. She has like her weapon folded over her back today, actually, over her cloak. And she's just stood there, giving off an aura of, like, don't come near me. Like, aggression. Like a bouncer. Might as well have, like, the fucking Secret Service sunglasses on.
Alright. I guess I'll walk directly towards her.
Yeah, sure.
Breaking through the crowd. And as I walk up, I'll just speak up. Howdy, Morse. What are you doing
Hello.
here?
Hello, Clara May. You said, what are you doing here? Sorry.
Like, what are you doing here? Like, you're just standing, leaning against a wall.
Clara May, hello. I'm on duty currently, I suppose. Well, no, She's kind of flinches a little bit and goes, no, I mean, that's right. I shouldn't be calling it that, I suppose. I'm just here. Doing my duty is a less odd way to say it.
Alright.
Yeah, she waits and... Alright. She hears the alright and she kind of quickly corrects herself. Oh, right. My nightly duty. His Majesty is here, eating. So, I am supervising the area.
Claire's just gonna look around. And like, just narrow her eyes a bit as she's looking around. Yeah. Seems pretty safe to me.
Moores nods a little bit. Yes, not necessary that it has to be a dangerous place for me to do this. It's my constant vigilance in a sense. But still, you have to remember, in any number of these people passing by, it's easy to blend into the crowds here.
Oh, yeah, I doubt you could really... Well, you might be able to, but I definitely couldn't keep track of someone for very long. Especially in a place like this.
I still have my practice in the field, yes, but still, it's not like it makes it easy.
Man, I wonder how long it takes me to get used to tracking someone in a city like this. I picked it up pretty quick in shade. That's just because I kept to the same streets for a long time and started branching out.
Yes, and there's less people in shade in the first place.
Yeah, but a lot more hidey holes.
Certainly. No, don't doubt the alleyways here, especially the more dangerous sections of town. People are a lot more tense than the thugs in Vacuo. They feel comfortable where they live, so they're not as hostile towards even outsiders most of the time. In Vale, though, well, gang disputes and things like that can quickly become more bloody.
Yeah, Felix and Viridian had a tussle with some gang members. Yes. Yeah. Claire's just gonna trail off on that. But
I hope that's the last time anything happens for your team involved with them.
Oh. Yeah.
Is something wrong?
Well, I mean, can't you guard Artie from the table?
I could normally, yes. That's mostly what I would rely on. After all, it's not exactly like I can act as a bodyguard fully as a teammate towards him, but today I'm not just a teammate, I'm working normally. Oh, right. No, I don't want to.
Alright. Wow.
She has a kind of like scrunched up face as she says, then looks back down forward a bit. I don't feel it's necessary right now. It's not as if he's alone, after all. He's with Miss Syringa. They're eating lunch. I don't trust him to be completely vulnerable by himself, let alone with a successful huntsman in training. So I can rely on looking at the area here.
Oh, yeah, I mean...
And I'm not entirely hungry, also.
Oh, yeah, I mean... Rose can... Well, I don't think she can really choose to be aware of everything around her, so... Nothing's gonna sneak up on them.
Precisely. She fulfills the job better than I even would, honestly. So it doubly assures me in that regard. She's good for this. So, it's a relief, I suppose. I'm glad.
Can I roll a report on that?
Sure.
I, out of character, have a very good idea, but in character...
I, out of character, it's like, that's bullshit!
What the fuck? Jesus.
Jesus,
She does it better than me. Fucking Jesus Christ.
Jesus, are you for real?
I hope you're at least getting off.
No.
Fuck. Damn it, now I'm gonna trip and fall.
Well, it's still a 9. It obviously sounds
No, I've watched the Grim campaign. I know that there are critical failures and skill checks.
No, I don't appreciate when there's no risk and reward factor.
I know that now Morris is going to just say something, and I'm going to be forced to believe her, even if I try and act otherwise. And Felix is not around here to just save me from this.
I like the risk and reward factor in D&D, and I don't like you coddling me.
Yeah, no, punish me. Punish me now.
I want to play D&D, no, and not this cringe shit. Yeah, no. I mean, yeah, you have a fucking +8, so you're pretty fucking good in the first place. But even if you had a lower score, it's pretty obvious that this sounds a little forced and odd, and you have enough wherewithal to make it sound like Moors is kind of talking to herself about it a little bit more. I mean, whenever she's saying that, she's kind of dodging back to not having eye contact. And Moors especially doesn't ever really have trouble actually keeping eye contact. It's more that she's not very emotive most of the time until she's more comfortable in a conversation. But normally she keeps that stern, standing there, proper eye contact with someone. So obviously already when she would keep glancing down once in a while, that was weird. And when she's doing it again, you're like, oh, she can't even look me in the eyes and say that. So that's odd.
So it's not very hard for Claire to kind of intuit, what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, you can make a guess.
Yeah, she's talked to Artie, she's talked to Rosemary, she's talked to Moors, more so recently with Moors, but at least, she can kind of piece it together a bit.
Sure.
Not to do the now I'm thinking, because it's okay.
Yeah.
But what if
you're allowed to just make assumptions in character. Don't worry, you don't have to wait for it to happen.
Well, are you telling me I could confront a character
until a character says something out loud? It doesn't exist, and if you're guessing it, that's just metagaming, dude. I love that mentality so much.
We saw Chad try to break it, and Eddie just had none of it.
None of it, and I'm glad. Fucking power gamers.
This is the type of problem that scares Liam to his core.
This is where my parents died, Clara May. This is where your parents died!
No, mostly I'm thinking, because what I directly do right now...
may influence whether Moors lives or dies in this arc, yes.
More I was going to say is Clara is, really good friends with Roserum, but also really likes Moors. So it's kind of it's not hard convincing, but it's do I want you're
deciding if you want to help influence which way this goes, is what you're saying to me.
Yeah, and it's well, the thing is, Clara is so much more likely to help the person she's directly speaking to in the moment than
Yeah.
run like the fucking Machiavellian calculations of like which side do I influence on the scale. It's more like, oh, Morse looks sad.
Which side or the other side? I wanna... Yeah.
Which honestly might be worse. Of like, yeah, I'll support anyone in this fucked up love triangle as long as they're the ones I see.
As long as they look sad, I feel bad and
If
switch sides.
if they look sad and I see them, I mean, I'll help them. I'll fucking kill someone.
Yeah, I get it. He's saying Clara might just literally be tricked if someone says sad looks sad and you're trying to decide if it's insane or not. I gotcha.
Yeah. This not as important because all three people.
You're deciding how much of a Kwai-chan Clara is and if she has a ship.
Yeah.
Clara-chan thinks you should date Artie more, senpai. Ben would have laughed if he was here.
Yeah, but you know, Claire scenes.
Yeah.
God, it's actually hard to say. No, fuck it. That's
You
probably.
can take your time.
No.
Oh.
I think I already decided, and it's what I said before, which is Claire is much more predispositioned to kind of side like in a situation like this, probably decide with the person immediately in front of her.
Okay. Fuck Rose. Damn.
Object permanence and all that.
Yeah.
So, Claire will pause for a moment and she's like just thinking, being like, oh man, I just like saw her on the street and this is like, that's a whole thing. I was just getting screamed at by a priest and I'm eternally damned.
Yeah.
Man.
Maybe I should do something wholesome.
Yeah. I'm sure this will work out for everyone involved.
Yeah.
So Claire will just like pause for a moment, but then like lean up against the wall next to Morse. You'd rather be the one sitting with him, right?
Well, not necessarily, she says, kind of stuttering. I don't think you're talking so plainly. I suppose maybe?
Well,
There's no need for me to stress which would be better.
all right. Well,
It's his decision.
right, but
And mine as well to be here. I could be there. It's not as if I wasn't. It's not as if I was shunned.
oh yeah,
I just
of
said
course
I
not.
would be fine.
Are you? I mean, you don't look fine.
Well, that's your opinion. Coughs into her hand a little bit.
Claire just raised an eyebrow, like, is that the best you got?
Well, I don't know what you're trying to get at with your question. If you have something you'd rather say plainly, you should just say it. Did you mean, would I rather be sitting with him alone?
Yeah, like in Rhodes' position right now.
Ah, right. What would it matter if I wanted to? Specifically.
Oh. Claire will just pause and like rub the back of her head and like while she's thinking for a second. Oh. I mean, we did talk about this a bit before, where, you know, more hang-ups on this. But, I mean, I definitely don't think standing out here like this is the right idea. And I personally, I guess, if I was in this position,
You'd do something different.
well, yeah, just, I mean, if I look so unhappy just standing there and watching someone I liked, you know, sit with someone else eating, and I mean, I can't see him, but I assume
That's why I chose the spot where I don't see them.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. I mean, it's
She sighs a little exasperatedly.
it's obviously frustrating. So why are you choosing to, well, punish yourself or hurt yourself like this?
I'm not so self-absorbed that I'm only thinking of myself here.
Oh, you gotta,
After all, it's not like we live our lives only doing what we enjoy.
but I mean, it's punishing him too, right?
Is it? Really?
I mean, yeah. At least I think so. I've talked to him so many times, and trust me, he said more than once and more than thrice that he wishes he was closer to you.
Well, I'll apologize, but I think I have a better understanding of him than that many conversations. Though I would understand where your opinion comes from. It's only been when we've been at the academies, after all. Artorius has luckily been able to enjoy more freedoms being a trainee as a huntsman than he has in most of his life. Responsibilities come with this position, certainly. I wouldn't downplay that, after all. I've been training as one myself, and I know it can be more than I even understand at this point. So I don't mean to insinuate that the rest of you aren't. But compared to his responsibilities as the prince, the future king of the Baelish kingdom, this has been a vacation for him. Something he's been able to enjoy and indulge in talking more freely. Making friends with people like you who would never be able to have the opportunity to meet in the first place, let alone the justification to hold a friendship with. So, yes, you've gotten a very different side of him. Not that it's so duplicitous, just one without many of the other considerations he normally has to make. Your opinion's being skewed because of that. Not necessarily out of a malice, I don't mean it that way. I just don't like the insinuation that someone thinks they know him better. There are only so many people that I would allow to hold that opinion in this world, after all.
Claire's just thinking for a moment, and it looks like she's mostly just thinking, like, I never said I knew him better. She really just likes to twist things.
You know what she meant. Like,
yeah.
Claire I mean, she meant it as in, like... She literally only focused on that part of it and got offended that you said, I know him pretty well, and got offended. Which is funny.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, well, I obviously struck a nerve. Of course she's upset about this. And she kind of sighs, leaning against the wall more. Upset that she spoke for so long.
I mean, you're right. I don't know him anywhere near as well as you do, and it's not like I have, well, I'd say saying I have little understanding of his more, well, bigger responsibilities is probably overestimating it. I mean, I've heard about them, but hearing about them and, you know, being there when he's actually doing some of them are, well, worlds apart. But I mean, how do I say this? I mean, I'm not trying to downplay anything, but I guess it's just the feeling I got from talking to him. Like, I'm not telling you to go do anything crazy, like go push him down or anything like that. Just, I don't know.
Huh?
Probably doesn't. I mean, you obviously don't like standing here like this, and he probably doesn't like you standing out here like this feeling awful about yourself.
I resent the fact that I can't be making this decision. In your words.
Yeah, but we're friends, Morris.
And I appreciate that, and I know you're coming at this from a place
hold
of
on,
concern.
hold on, before you start talking too much. What I was gonna say is, the responsibility of friends is to, stop their friends from doing stupid things. And I can't tell you the amount of times some of my friends have done some real stupid things I've had to, correct them on. So I'm just extending the same to you. I'm not just gonna stand there and watch as you just, ward off the crowd with your, sad energy. I'm always gonna say something, and, if, I'm finished shocking and you still decide to do this, I'll be sad for you, but, not like I can literally, drag you over there and tie you to him.
Right, and like I said, I understand that you're doing this out of a place of concern, but it's not as if I'm not making this decision on my own, I don't think it's particularly stupid.
I know you're making it on your own. That's kind of the problem. If Artie was the one making...
Is it really the problem to make my own decision on this matter? I know of Artorias wishes that we could have a more relaxed relationship with each other, but it's just not feasible, honestly.
As Clarice is gonna rub her head again. Now we're talking in circles again.
I don't wish to drive you towards frustration with confronting me on this, but...
I'm not frustrated, Morris. I'm just,
Anyone would be, I think, in this situation. But I shouldn't be anyone. My role is very important. I've been given a duty that, at an age of mine, shouldn't probably have been given towards me. But I impress the right people in the right ways. And I'd like to live up to the standards of that. I don't take my oaths as a knight lightly. And I don't wish to ruin... Or not ruin, she wouldn't say ruin, she said, and I don't wish to do anything but honor the people who have given me so much. Including Artorias. He feels very strongly about some of the friends he's made. I know Miss Syringa and him have gotten along surprisingly quickly and well. And it's nice to see him this happy. Is it so wrong to wish to encourage that happiness? Even if I'm not entirely involved. Even a friend would do that, not just a servant like a knight.
Even if it makes you look like that?
I always look like this.
No, you don't.
I have a dour disposition, and I'm difficult to get along with. I don't like most people I meet. Not because I personally have something against them, but because most of them look at me in a strange way. I'm not from around here. I look threatening to some people. I look out of place to some people, and some people just don't look at me. In the first place, I start off with a bad impression on many. I've been given a position that I'm in over my head for. I've been given bias for a number of reasons. Some quite insulting, I'll have you know, from how people speak on them. I've been an outsider in the court and in this country since I've come here. And I still receive some looks elsewhere. I won't say it's not my own fault. My attitude isn't the most friendly, I know. But I'm not deaf to social standards. I'm just too far in my own hole at this point. So it doesn't bother me at all. Or much. Wayne calls it a resting bitch face, I think. It's an obnoxious term, but I understand what he means. It's not as if I would if I were relaxed smile like you or someone like Artorias does. I don't have it in me, honestly. Not after everything. It's not what my tribe would have done anyway. Did you have any sort of traditions, things your home upheld that were important? Simple little things, like sayings or mentalities they had. Maybe the way they performed holidays or something like that. You come from a coastal village in Solitas originally. I hear they have similar enough, or they have different enough traditions that was difficult for historians to keep track of them.
Oh, yeah, we had, well, ton of little things. I mean, some of them are probably hard for me even to recall as being, like, important, because they're just things, I did since I was, first learned how to do anything. But
you don't want to abandon those ways of thinking, right?
Mhm.
Just because the place is gone.
Of course not. I mean, honestly.
I suppose it feels the same for me, then.
Yeah, I mean,
My attitude.
those type of things are some of probably the strongest, connections probably both of us have to, what used to be there.
Right. But I know you're also not one to ignore the current. You've embraced your position as a team leader. You've made it your own, certainly, but you respect and uphold the ways you're taught to act. At Shade.
Oh,
You represent your school to the fullest, the people who've given you this position.
I mean, you kind of got to, right? Especially when, well,
Easy enough for you to say. Look at some of my teammates, and by some I mean Wayne. There are plenty of people who don't take this sort of attitude that we have. It's not exactly like I can call them poor for doing it, but you shouldn't assume it's for granted.
I mean, they have a benefit, right? Well, not like I can live in the past. I can't. If I try to do that, if I try to not, adapt to how my life currently is, can't imagine, well, how sad I'd end up being if all I was thinking about was, what I used to have. Because that would just lead to always thinking about, what happened to it.
But forgetting about it would be just as bad also. And that's...
Honestly, I think
Right,
it'd be worse.
isn't
It'd be worse than that.
She nods in agreement. That's why
Oh.
I'm glad you can understand that. I feel the same way.
I'll accept the pain of what happened if it means I can at least keep the good parts of it.
Exactly. We're in worlds where we have two different things we have to uphold. Ones that sometimes will pull each other in wrong directions, I'm sure. But it's still not something we want to let go of either way, no matter how impractical it can be sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, it's it's a really hard thing to, pin down exactly.
I'll follow my duty as a knight, do what I can to be proper in the courts, and serve as His Majesty's attendant, friend, and confidant. But no matter how much I do, I will also always be Varation, from a tribe long now forgotten. And I don't wish to abandon who I was before and who I am now, even if the two of them may never truly see eye to eye on how things should be handled.
I'm sure you could. Well, I mean, I'm sure if anyone, you could find probably the best way to balance the two. Probably the only one
Well,
in the situation to find a balance between the two.
Your laugh kind of comes out without much mirth. Well, my balance has been currently criticized by you, so I don't think you can uphold that position.
Well, yeah, you've been slouching against the wall.
And this is my balance. And this is it.
Yeah, you're right. I could use some work.
No, it is what it is.
I'm thinking.
Sure.
Hold on. Fuck.
Sure.
I don't get it.
What were you rolling?
Report.
Report about what?
For what she just said, I don't get it.
About
Like-
specifics.
Like your
Sorry.
like your balance or whatever. I don't get it. What she's saying.
Well, okay. So she said like, okay. So you know how like I came from a place that had a lot of different traditions and ideas, and I was taught a lot of things that I respected. And then I went to Vale, and now I became a knight, and I have a lot of different actual duties and ideas, and people think very differently about things here. And I have different opinions because I've grown and matured as a person. But I don't want to stop thinking about the old things because I respect and want to follow those traditions also. So I'm getting pulled between my two worlds of understanding in difficult ways, where they're clashing. My responsibilities and my my moral codes of like how I think I should be acting are conflicting. Because if I followed one or the other, it would go against what the other says. And she's saying like you feel that same way, where it's like you had an idea of how the world worked before, right? Like she's saying to Claire, like you had an idea of how the world worked before, how you lived your life back then. And now you're probably having to do things that would go in conflict to how you'd like to live your life back then. But you find the best medium because you want both. You don't want to abandon tradition and lose what you once had. But you don't want to also not, like, you know, become this person in the current time that is doing your best for people who have either helped you or given you something or the world you want to fit in. She's saying Clara doesn't want to just be a backwater fisherman who kills seals but enjoys her life with her family in her comfy village anymore because she wants to be a huntsman. But that doesn't mean you want to abandon the memories and what you learned there. And so she's saying that that conflict is what leads her to her current decision on how she's conducting herself. Her understanding of both of her traditions and her mindsets. If she just had one, she'd probably act a different way.
Right.
But she's stuck. And her whole point was she felt like she's always been an outsider because of that. And that she knows that she's even more scrutinized because of this position. So it's even harder feeling for her. Which, that's why she's just kind of like, I don't really mind seeming like dour. Because I think that's just who I am now. I can't smile easily because I'm always in some difficult spot. Yeah, she's a bit of a bummer.
Yeah, I'm just trying to...
Sure, man, girls, I get it.
Well, it's just like,
So
you know,
dramatic.
it's just rolling everything back into being cocked.
Well, yeah. Like she said, her decision is to stand over here because Artorius seems really happy, and he hasn't been able to live free and be happy like this in his whole life.
I didn't sign up to be an NTR dojin. Does that make Roseroom a fat bastard?
No. No, it makes her the bronze, blonde-haired Chad Flight 1. NTR Dojins. I mean, it's either a fat, weird guy, or like the weird, slightly foreign, like Naru guy. Like super ripped guy. I don't know, maybe they're just having lunch. You don't know that they want to... Yeah, you do.
the basic, like, Rose was basically like, hey,
Rose expressed interest. That's all you know.
well, yeah, and she's...
Artie just seems like he's excited to have a friend like her. Maybe a little too excited.
You know, honestly, Noah...
Yeah?
I don't think I really have much more to say.
Okay.
So I'd like to, like, obviously it's a weird place to, like, literally cut it, but I'd like to basically end the conversation on, like, probably them chatting a bit more and Clara.
I don't think it's a weird place. I think Morris gave you a sorrowing explanation and you kind of nodded in understanding of what she means by what she said.
And Clara's probably just hang around for until this is over. Until
it's over.
I don't know, like until they're done eating.
Oh, well, you want to, like, talk with Artie and Rose?
No. Well,
Okay.
not like anything specifically right now that I can't do at some other point. It's more like, okay, they're done eating, and then be like, oh, hey, Rose, like, when I'm gonna, like, you know, just say hi to them and probably go about doing something that doesn't leave Morris literally standing here alone waiting for them to finish.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, they'll basically, I mean, you could wait with Morris. She wouldn't be too chatty, but she won't, like, not talk with you if you try and talk to her about things. And they'll finish at one point, be, like, talking near the entrance of the restaurant. And she'll, you know, say, like, I mean, you know, if they're going to go somewhere, she's going to follow them still for now as, like, a chaperone guard. And if you want to go say hi to them, that's fine.
No, that's okay. I can do that later. I don't have anything, like, pertinent I need to say to them.
Alright. Cool.
It's basically like if I talk to my...
It seemed like they had a nice time.
Yeah, I'd imagine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Morris, I'm so frustrated. I'm just gonna get in there and be like, Artie, what the fuck? You're making her stand out there. What the fuck? It can't.
Yeah, it's Artie's fault.
It can't. It can't.
Schizo.
Well, basically, come on.
Schizo.
I'm not doing that, but I could.
Alright, yeah, so Clara will leave off after that, troubled by the relationship Morris holds with her closest companion.
Take it from me, folks. I know from personal experience with him, you can't fix a cuck in one conversation.
Yeah. Alright. Turn off the funny, sad music. Anything else you guys got right now?
Hold on, let me fucking think.
Sure. I mean, we there's one scene we know will happen, which is at this day's end. There is a scene where Viridian will talk about something.
Yeah. I want to talk to Piper at some point, but definitely not today.
Okay.
Like just at some point in the future.
Okay.
But definitely not before this Viridian scene, because that'd be a lot for the same day, and I can just do this after that.
Okay. Ben?
Sorry. Things to do. Think about that. Viridian's buying drugs. Gwen's probably still seething.
Yeah, if you don't have anything specific, we'll just go with the Viridian scene.
Yeah, I think we'll just go with the Viridian scene.
Alright, cool. Let me double check the Hog Street. Let me look at them real quick. Okay. Alright, so I will bring us over to the in-room at later in the evening, as Viridian would have said, "Y'all, I want to have a team meeting." They would have like added Clara and been like, "Miss May, team leader, can y'all officiate my request for them old team meeting?" Like kind of doing it like in a jokey, funny way.
Granted.
Why, thank you. And, here. You will all eventually make your way to the inn room. Yes, this is how tiny these shitty rooms are. Gwen is on her side of the room in her bed, like on top of it, like with some books spread nearby, and is on her scroll tablet writing a few things and referring to a notebook on something, and is giving occasional weird glances over Viridian, who has a big duffel bag on the who has a big empty duffel bag on the table, and like a blanket cloth thing put over it. Like the rest of the table, like clearly hiding some stuff under it.
Wow,
You guys both kind of make your way over here at the same time for convenience sake.
Wow, Vernie, you got rid of all of it, huh?
Huh? No, they're under the cloth.
No, what?
What?
You still have some of that equipment?
Oh! No. I pawned all that off.
Oh, nice. How much you make?
What equipment? Nothing. No. I didn't make that much. Let's not talk numbers.
We met up with
It was nothing.
Periwinkle Glen?
Nothing.
What?
It's clear that the story does not need to be told, Clara.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Let's not talk about that.
He looks at Viridian.
I guess?
Clara, let's talk about what's this is an important team meeting, right? We don't want to beat around the bush with personal things, right?
Yeah, you're right.
Right.
Clara will just sit, like, leaning against the table, not knowing what the fuck's going on. Except for the bag. She knows about the bag.
What was in that duffel bag? Gwen says with more concern as she's putting her scroll pad down. Well, there's a lot of things, really.
I don't suppose that duffel bag's full of presents for all of us.
Well, no, I emptied it out on the table. It's under the cloth, he says. Kind of this little wipe under his nose. I mean, I guess y'all can have them. Some of them if you want them. But we're being a bit scientific about it today. All right?
Freddie, you're supposed to lead it more when you're doing this.
Am I?
Well, I mean, aren't you the one that, like, took the leading stick for this? You did ask me for permission to do it.
Right.
You kind of have to tell people why you gathered them.
Well, I was thinking we needed to do a little more investigating because we're in the city, right? And supposed to be helping out.
Right, yeah, I feel you.
And we might have had a run-in, he says with Felix, with some unsavory fellas who led to more hostilities down there in Redwall, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, Felix, y'all and I walked into a bit of a jam with Jose, right? But,
Felix will... yes, with Jose we did.
Now, we needed to, sort some things out because, well, we didn't want anyone, getting, hurt when they didn't need to, right? Y'all see some thugs in an alley and y'all want to make sure everyone's alright. A reasonable assertion, right? It's what any good goddess-fearing man would do.
Sure.
Right, so we're all in agreement. I'm not agreeing to anything in this elevator speech. Alright, well...
Oh, man, Freddie, I forgot to tell you, I went to, like, a church and met a priest today.
Oh, that's cool. That's nice.
His name is Brandywine.
That's certainly a Baelish name. Yep.
He was really loud.
Yeah, I mean, you said he was a priest, right? I mean, that's what they are.
Oh yeah, he told me like I was beyond salvation, and I'm a waste of my eyes.
Yeah, that's giving me some nostalgia.
He said
That's
even
for sure.
he said even Dr. Gosper and the King were sinners.
All right, well, you just met a heretic, so that's fine, I guess.
You should probably go
Y'all
talk.
should probably not listen to what he said.
I mean, I didn't understand all of it, but maybe we should go check him out sometime. One of his sermons.
No, I'd rather not have to go do that personally. I don't. Y'all really that excited to go get yelled at for doing something wrong that y'all didn't even know about? Like, listen, I definitely advise reading the Radix, but
I wouldn't.
them priests always find something to.
Trust me,
Yeah.
Rudy, I wouldn't go too many times.
All right, well, I guess I am. Nah, he'd smell the guilt on me. I don't know.
Oh, trust me, he would.
Yeah, I don't know if I should go then.
He also said he also didn't like the way I dress.
Well, yeah, he's a priest. I don't think any of them would like the way we dress down in Vacuo. Y'all certainly brought the spirit up here.
Yeah, I didn't embrace the local flavor like Felix did.
I suppose.
Yeah. Nah. Right. So, yeah. But my point were, we kind of walked into a situation with not perfect reconnaissance. And I wanted to do a little more searching around, figure out what them fellas are up to. Because, I mean, I know we made no friends with them, right? And I don't want them to make, you know, our time here more difficult.
Yeah.
Make sense?
I mean, yeah, it's kind of like going after them before they end up messing something up for us. Wouldn't want to.
When you phrase it like that, I'm even more worried.
I mean, we wouldn't want them to mess with like one of our missions that we're actually on. Better to handle it before something bad happens.
Oh, so we're assuming that could happen. Great. Definitely glad we got involved with these people.
This is a bit of a stretch, I must admit, but I will stay to the end.
Yeah, now I wouldn't go that far, but I would go far as know they might, like, I don't know, harass us if we were in the city or something, or, like, try and, you know, shoot us or something. I mean, me and Felix beat a lot of them really badly because that punk's semblance, I think, made it even worse and everyone all violent. So, you know, got a little rougher than we probably needed to at the time, but that's fine. They deserved it. But they thinking we deserve it now. So, you know, I wanted to scope out them operation a little bit and all of that. And get to know some of the locals around here. And there is a thriving community here. You know, just here on the east side, there's like a couple groups that kind of run some of the blocks and stuff around here.
I see. And these groups are...
Yeah, I'm kind of lost. Well, I mean, y'all know about, like, gangs and stuff. It's like small town stuff, admittedly. Like, none of them sort of, crazy stuff we, got in Mistral, apparently. I mean, we're talking, like, 5 to 20 people per group sort of thing, slinging stuff on corners and stuff like that. Getting a little shootouts once in a while with each other, stuff that happens in the cities in Vale. A lot of thugs normally congregate here. They ain't good country folk.
That sounds pretty rough.
Yeah, well, they keep to the rough parts of them cities, and most of the folk just who have the opportunity not to don't go there. Or they do go there for why these people take over territory. You kind of gestured sort of table. Y'all know the White Stripes are probably pretty good, considering they're a faunus, gang. And seems like they've all kind of gotten together there. And I'll tell you what, in the east side, mostly where all the faunists are in the city, because it's where they can afford. That's what I've gathered, at least. Now, these guys could be, like, talking, a little biased. I'm only talking to these guys in dark alleys and complaining about them living conditions, so I don't know if that's for certain, but damn sure a lot of them were faunists, I'll give them that. But plenty of humans there, too, I guess. Just not within the White Stripes, who I managed to get familiar with a few of.
Familiar?
You're making friends with gangbangers now, Viridian? I mean, I wouldn't say friends. I'd say I wanted to do a little sampling of their services because I've made a very big discovery here.
And
where these guys are getting their money for, like guns and stuff, and ammo, dust, things like that. There's a lot of drug trafficking here. It says as he pulls up his tarp carefully, and there's lined up sections of various designer drugs on the table, like, the capsules and things, and the little vials of heroin-esque substances, some packaged things, some wrapped up bundles and things like that, some needles and various things. He's arranged them very well. Oh my! What the fuck? One jumps off the table.
Did he get this all in that alley?
No, not in one alley. I spent the whole day cruising the east side, alright?
Oh, that's what you did all day.
I mapped out a bunch of the corners and where people are, he says, unfolding a little, paper that he expands.
Did he have to bring it back?
Clara, that's not... Listen, this ain't... He looks a little red in the face and embarrassed. Listen, y'all are not giving me enough credit. This here presentation ain't fully done. There's an important edge to this. I swear to Goddess, there is.
I see.
Are you sure you didn't want to buy fucking drugs, Brian? Come on.
Let's
I did a lot of work on this. He says as he throws the map on the ground. Thank you, Felix. Now,
Felix with the star's hands up a bit.
As y'all can see on this map, this is the east side mainly, he says, kind of pointing at it down there. There are a lot of corners that are marked up and apparently loose territory and stuff. This shit gets pushed. There's a lot of activity in this city. I kind of figured it'd be a little less, obvious. I mean, I heard Vale, only been there a few times, but they got some sketchy neighborhoods out here, but even this is a little ridiculous looking. I guess why this place got a bit of a reputation, but it's also why a lot of people make a lot of money here, apparently. It's here, a lot of traffic.
So, wait. Alright, Ferdinand, I get part of the idea. I mean, obviously... we've had some run-ins with Yusuf and the rest of the White Stripes. You and Felix, to start, but he seems to be most places we go. Even outside the city, we ran into him. So
yeah, that's what I'm saying. That was weird.
Yeah,
right?
No. I get it, and it's figuring out. Okay, trying to get some information on them, so we might be able to, not let him interfere with what we're doing. But
right.
How does that... I think I'm missing a step to why you just brought all the drugs here.
Well, see, if that were the only plan, I probably wouldn't have needed to go this far with things. But the problem was, in my attempt to go down that line of logic, I ran into a couple issues that required further investigating. Alright, fine, I'll talk about the drugs on the table a little bit. So, okay, we got, some usual stuff. We got Soot, we got Oz, we got some Traveler, some Wizard. This stuff's called C4, this stuff's called Afterburner. I don't know about this stuff.
I don't care exactly what they are.
No. Hold on. God has helped me. I know. That's my point. Y'all don't care what they are because all these things made in Vale. But what I got here is a bag of Jabberwocky. And over here, Bandersnatch. Now, how the hell Y'all imagining this shit get over here that fucking in this number. Now, I'm telling y'all, they had a fucking stash of this Jabberwocky. I've seen it. They had to make a back order and go get some more from the main stash with this one. I followed it to the stash house with one of my birds. That's a lot of Jabberwocky to have in Vale.
You're confident it wasn't just brought with some of the refugees?
That's what I'm saying. They's using the refugees as smugglers. This influx. I went towards all these places and I asked for Jabberwock. Each one of these little baggies, he says in the bag, like a little pile of Jabberwock, is from a different dealer. Now, a lot of them all fall under the white stripes, but they got different stash houses and stuff. Mm-hmm. This shit is a way too prevalent, I'm thinking. Don't make sense to me that they'd have this much. And the more I thought about that, I started noticing who's run with who. Because it's not like these guys actually all wear a uniform. Y'all, when we ran to Yusuf, yeah, they had a couple bands like that. But that's for, like, intimidation, right? Not every guy who's slinging this stuff's gonna go there in a uniform and knock who they are when they're selling it, right? That'd be stupid. Even Gwen wouldn't do that, and she loves uniforms. I resent your implication, but yeah, okay, go on with your point here. Yeah, so I started asking around a little bit, and I realized no one was going to tell me that, so instead of asking, I started snooping with my birds, right?
Uh-huh.
There are at least 20 different, on the east side, stash houses under the white stripes. This Yusuf kid has to have, if I'm judging by prices and how busy this is, like millions of gold. Like I could buy a mansion kind of money. Like I could have my own 14 private bullheads kind of money. This punk kid we met. That's weird to y'all, right? He says, looking around.
That is quite strange, I must admit.
And this punk-ass little thug doesn't even live in the city half the time. He goes back to some rinky-dink village in Redwall that looks even worse than some of the worst of the East Side. Where the fuck is this money going, is what I started asking myself.
Did you find out?
Well, I got an idea, and I don't, and making me a little worried. Well, for one, yeah, they got a lot of stash houses here, but I'm thinking, it doesn't make sense that they'd be able to get so many deliveries so easy in the city here straight from refugees, right? Because, yeah, security may not be tightish on the border in these right now, but I mean, the Glen still seems pretty tight with letting people into it. I'm pretty sure they'd check to make sure these people aren't bringing in crates of, smack.
Yeah, there's only so much you could reliably probably get by.
Through direct transport. But if I seem to remember, we done ran into plenty of folk who weren't too happy to see us in Redwall. And it made me think, ain't that a bit of an overreaction? Just because some huntsmen are here, bringing convoys from the city. And I started thinking, why wouldn't they want a bunch of people from the city poking around? They can't be that worried just because some of us are humans, right? I refuse to believe everyone's heart in that city has gone that cold and has lost that much of the goddess's love in it.
You think they're funneling it through places like Redwall?
You're goddamn right, I think it. Not too many people would be so worried to have the bigger government here snooping around their town unless they had something to hide.
As Claire...
That Yusuf kid went in a building, came out on one on the other side of town without leaving it. They's got not just stash houses, they's probably got tunnels and shit there.
Really think...
Viridian, this is getting a little, intense for you to be going. What, is there a tunnel network nearby that would be viable? Would they really have taken that much time to dig and excavate it out with no one noticing?
Oh. No one noticed, right?
Well, I mean, if they noticed, my theory wouldn't be working, right? So yeah, I don't know how they would have, but like, it would make sense. Probably have enough money for the equipment to dig them tunnels, right? Yeah, Viridian, but I still think if they were digging them straight towards Redwall, all the construction equipment for a tunnel like that, all the dust and stuff they'd need to bring in would have at least raised a couple eyebrows, right?
I mean, it seems like Governor McDonald, you know... I mean, from everyone we've met, a lot of the higher-ups here seem to at least have, you know, the impression that they have a good idea of what's going on.
Well, yeah, of course they do. I'd be shocked to know if the governor didn't know about all this. Oh, just fucking think about it. I mean, that guy seems real concerned with making sure everything in the Glen's runs smoothly. If an operation like this was taking place here, he wouldn't exactly want to let people fucking know about it. Shit, I bet he knows completely about all this whole thing, and he's just trying to keep it under the rug.
I think that was why I was so mad that you and Felix fought with Yusuf.
Maybe. Not certainly something he'd be happy about. Either way.
I mean, either way, us even going near him just adds extra risks to the whole thing becoming known, right?
Yeah, exactly. That whole mess in Redwall, we might have almost accidentally unearthed something that would have ruined this whole thing for him, if that's the case.
Well, wait a minute.
I mean, this is a pretty bad cover-up. Well, Varian, you're still assuming a lot. Like, why would he actually cover all of this up?
I think
like, this couldn't have happened in overnight.
I think we also got off the topic of something I still want to try and think of an answer to, which is, where's all the money going?
Well, I figured it's probably going up somewhere to the government here, right? I mean, greasing palms of people like that and all that sort of stuff. Y'all governor certainly employs a lot of faunists, doesn't he?
Yeah, but you really think...
A lot of them probably slinging the same stuff.
But you really think that's it?
Well, governor's got to have some kind of money, and he certainly doesn't have friends in politics, it sounds like. Seems a bit like a firebrand striking on his own trail. Not a lot of people going to be helping him with, like, money or whatever politicians do. Varian, you don't know how politics work. Well, yeah, but, I mean, I don't think you know how they work better here. Y'all need money for this stuff, right? What, was it just under his couch cushion? Varian, he deals in one of the largest exportation of, like, trade goods, artisan goods, food in general. That makes a lot of money. He owns a lot of land. Yeah, but, like, a lot. Like, enough that, sure, makes plenty of money, but a lot more might be coming in from a side venture.
Claire's gonna lean up against the table a bit and kind of look towards Felix. Felix, now, Yusuf and the guys running this are mostly faunists, yeah?
All faunists. The white stripes are only faunists. Them gang pretty straight about that.
And it doesn't seem like Yusuf's kind of the type to splash his money around. So it must be going
It seems like he would have been, but
well,
now I guess he ain't.
I mean, would have been if he had it, but, I mean, I guess what I'm thinking is, some of it might be going, you know, to grease the wheels and keep things quiet, but, I mean, Verdi, what's the Red Fang situation in Vale like?
Now, well, if y'all mean the whole country, I mean, like, it ain't like in Vacuo. Being a Red Fang here, it's not like you can just do that. Y'all in Vacuo, y'all let people like that just wander around, and if they don't cause trouble, no one instantly makes a stink, but y'all see a guy in Red Fang here, that's liable for them to just be tossed in the cell. I mean, it's illegal. They're a terrorist group or something, right? They cause enough trouble.
So,
even being involved with them White Fang here is more than a social faux pas. Pretty sure you're not supposed to associate that deeply with it.
And I mean, gangs are, well, not exactly looked upon favorably, more common in the bigger cities in Vale. So,
Yeah.
I mean, it wouldn't be crazy to assume they're using a Faunus gang as money-making scheme for a front. Like, gang makes all the drug money, and it
Yeah, but
is
why
secretly
the hell would the
diverted.
government Why the hell would the governor let that happen?
I mean,
I get what you mean, but I don't know. Y'all really think them smart enough to get that sort of operation under the nose of a guy like this?
Claire's just thinking.
It sounds more believable than the governor letting something this risky happen.
I mean, all I'm saying is, I don't think Yusuf could set something like this up, by himself. And it doesn't seem like many of his close associates we've ran into have been exactly, cut from a different cloth.
Well, I was gonna say, Yusuf might just be the front man of this hoarder thing, like the mover, the drug guy, but like the brains probably is them government guys. Like, Felix. Y'all remember Mr. Irvin?
Yes, I do.
Now, we all met him, but we talked to him for a while, and that guy is a sketchy kind of guy. Think about it. Y'all, he said he made good business investments to rise out of being a commoner, right? I'm thinking he made his money to become up in the upper classes by slinging shit down on the streets like this in a smart way. You can't just make that kind of fucking money from nothing. Y'all born as a commoner around here. It's not like you're gonna come into a lot of money.
That is possible, but I don't know. This
What?
is all.
He's a sketchy guy.
I will admit that he.
Y'all hear the way he talks about the king and everything like that? He sounds like a terrorist himself.
Felix will shake his head. I do not think that is the reason.
Well, a guy like that certainly wouldn't have a problem going against the royal authority.
Vernon,
That is not.
Vernon, I don't think Mr. Irving's some drug kingpin. At least, you need to show me more.
That's why he wants you to think.
You need to show me more than this to convince me.
I'm not saying this is definitive proof, y'all, he says, looking at both of you. But this is enough to make you want to scratch your head and ask a few more questions, right?
Yeah.
I do not know if it. Felix will just the governor being involved seems a bit much for me.
But I'm not saying he has to be on a street corner, Felix. But y'all thinking a god doesn't know what's even happening in his own city?
I will not put it past that perhaps he is letting it happen. Or perhaps he has other priorities in mind.
Yeah.
I definitely agree with, the theory that he knows it's happening. I don't think he's the type that would, not know. But I really think, given how, the Glen's trying to grow and everything, that it's more of a don't let it get out sort of thing. And dealing with it in any fashion, wouldn't it just become a next, what's the name of that place that just got, cracked down on with Faunus?
Bunker Hill?
Yeah. It's... I think the last thing he wants happening to Matt and Glen is for it to go the way of Bunker Hill.
I still don't think the governor could be involved at all. He doesn't seem like an idiot. If this problem started and he was he should have been aware of it, and he wouldn't let it get this bad just that easily. Well, it did get this bad, so I guess he's either an idiot or a genius. Fradian, that's bullshit. No, I think I'm just telling the truth. Y'all don't want to understand that we might have a real nasty guy we got to look out for. And he ain't exactly twirling his mustache in some villainy tower.
See, I think the best way to answer the question,
why else do you think, why else do you think that Sir Garfin what's his name, Ganifun, are looking at investigating for the crown. Hell, even Artie's here to kind of investigate this guy. They know something bad's happening. They send a Nile Lord and a prince.
I mean, no matter what, it's not like we can make accusations without better proof. Right now, it's a speculation.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean,
well, I'd say one of the things we need to be speculating on is who exactly them trafficking this Veration stuff, because after talking more with them, seems like all this stuff, Jabberwocky, is getting it a little more popular in the streets and kind of catching on pretty hard. Hell, I mean, this Bandersnatch, this stuff's not that easy to get a hold of. I don't know where the hell they got it. And they were willing to deal it to you, though? Huh? Oh, no. No, I snatched this Bandersnatch.
See, that's what I'm
What?
That's what I'm interested in, and I think that's probably, a good place to find more, if not answers, at least better information, to build off of, is, researching a bit more than just one day.
Yeah, I ain't saying we need to do anything else. This is the start of our investigation in this sort of thing. Why the White Stripes getting a hand of so many Veration stuff like this, and I gotta figure out where this Bandersnatch came from.
No, but good job, Viridian. This is definitely something that I want to, look into over here and hopefully, find out definitive proof for of one way or another.
I really don't want to congratulate you for buying drugs. And I want to remind, do we really have the time to become police officers about this sort of thing?
Doesn't seem like the police... I don't know if I want to be a police officer. They don't seem to be doing a lot around here.
Yeah, they seem to be busy with murderers and things like that. Are we really going to pretend like we should be involved in this?
I must admit that this is quite the undertaking, if we
Aw,
decide.
hell, here y'all two go again.
I'm just saying that we do have other obligations.
Yeah, but
Felix,
I'm not saying Viridian's 100% right on his, Mr. Irving, Governor McDonald theory. But on the off chance, even a slight chance that he is at least somewhat right, I mean, that kind of taints everything we're going to end up doing for him anyway. So better...
You're still acting like we have to get involved with this. What do you think we are?
Must say, what could we...
What'd you say?
We're huntsmen.
Yeah, exactly! Huntsmen! We kill Grim, and we save people's lives. Not, she says, picking up some of the drug, bust drug dealers on our own. What the fuck happened to vigilantism? No more of it. Y'all saying y'all can't be an upstanding enough folk to get involved when something wrong's happening? Fridine, of course I understand helping people. Not when it's this impossible of a task. Not when it's something we can't stop by ourselves. That's like saying, why don't we go stop an earthquake from happening? We're trying to help people right now. We're doing work that helps people. But guess what? We can't do everything.
Claire's gonna...
What do you want us to do? Get shot by gangsters so we don't kill Grim anymore?
Claire's gonna look more seriously at Gwen. Just because the problem's real big doesn't mean you can just accept doing nothing.
Oh, don't give me that bullshit! I'm not saying do literally nothing! I'm saying, why don't we focus on doing things we can actually do to help people? Instead of wasting our time running around buying fucking drugs all day, instead of focusing on what we could be doing. Yeah, well, they have us just sitting on our fucking ass here, Gwen. Y'all want me to go do some fucking target practice or something? My hand's not getting that rusty this fast. I think I'm doing more work than you done.
I've been studying and researching Grimm in the area, just in case. Oh, yeah, I fucking know. We all know about the Grimm in the area to a degree, and y'all can just tell us it if we don't. Oh, I'm sorry, I don't have to remind you in the middle of the field how to deal with a fucking mutated Beowulf just because you didn't feel like picking up a book and instead went to smoke Jabberwocky. I didn't buy these drugs to smoke them. I did it as a census test. Oh, do you know what that word means? Yeah, sounds right. Fuck you. Y'all being a little, negative I can take once in a while, but this is ridiculous. I got something big here, and y'all don't even want to stop it? We're already involved with it. Yeah, because you involved yourself when we didn't need to!
Felix and Clara want to speak up at all?
Yeah, Felix will, after that last thing, he'll be like, I can't say that I am happy to get involved with this, frankly.
Well, why did you do in the first place? If you had just made sure to mind your own business and focus on things like this, we wouldn't feel like we have to worry about some weird drug-slinging Faunus gang breathing down our neck when we're literally just trying to be the most altruistic people in the world as huntsmen.
Well, again, I regret what happened, but I do wish we never met that man. I don't
regret that. Fuck that. That guy's a sicko. Fuck you, Viridian. You're not a fucking storybook hero. You're a huntsman in training. One who's in the first year, might I add, barely passed most of our classes because you were a lazy asshole. Yeah, well, at least I wasn't a cunt. Oh, fuck you.
Viridian, please.
What now? I'm sick of this sort of shit. Y'all can logic it out and try and explain that we shouldn't be involved in it, but we get involved in shit we shouldn't be involved with all the fucking time, Felix. Look at all that shit that happened at the Vile Festival. We didn't just fucking tuck and run and let that shit happen to y'all. We tried to do something about it, because we can handle it, and we did! Y'all think we pussies? We broke into a fucking jail because we needed to look for something, met with one of the scariest motherfuckers in the Vratian underground, who I heard all across all the fucking seas, and you know what we did? We fucking broke bread with him, we talked with him, we learned information, we kept going. Because we ain't just some fucking idiots training to be huntsmen. We all committed to this sort of thing.
Viridian, we are not invincible.
I know we ain't invincible, but we ain't fucking pussies, are we?
I agree with Viridian.
Thank you! Unbelievable! I cannot believe you two.
I must say that I could understand if perhaps you had some proof that anyone that we're working for is involved in this, but...
Oh, I'm sorry, y'all want them to have a fucking written note that says they did it? Y'all know this is how it all starts, right?
Felix. In the future, if you're gonna take this stance of not wanting to get involved in anything like this, can you please do your best to not start it?
Oh, wow.
Felix will just look at her and throw his hands up and be like, I'm sorry, Clara, that I heard someone in pain and wish to help them.
Yeah, that's what you do all the fucking time, Clara.
Yeah, then you shouldn't feel sorry that you did. If that's what you wanted to do, you wanted to help people. You wanted to go stop that person from being hurt. So don't just decide that you regret doing it.
I regret how it turned out.
Just because you want to do something, you shouldn't do it. There's consequences to these things, and he realized there were. Don't fucking reprimand him for trying to make up a mistake.
I do not regret saving that man, but how we handled the situation could have been better. That was all I was saying, Clara.
Yeah. Y'all stand up for people. It's what y'all do. But you don't leave it half done.
I do not understand why that we started something. We simply met the man, and, well, Felix will kind of take that back and be like, well, I suppose we more than met him, but...
Y'all, we didn't just get a sniff of Umaboshi being a weirdo and stop halfway, did we? So what? Don't bring that up. Of course we went further with that.
That was quite different.
Yeah, don't fucking mix the circumstance, Viridian. That was forced upon us. Oh, yeah. Right. Okay, so as long as it's related to us, we can do it. But if it's not directly, like, related to, like, someone who did something horrible to us, we supposed to not feel like we gotta do something to stop something bad from happening. I get it. You were being so... that is some bullshit. You were twisting what I'm saying so bad. I don't fucking appreciate being made into some villain because I am trying to focus on what we can actually do to help. And I'm sorry if I'm a little intimidated by the idea of going at some drug empire you think you've discovered. When in reality, it might just end up with us getting involved where we accidentally get involved in some gang warfare, have to be brought out in front of the governor and explain why we got a bunch of faunus people beaten up in the back streets of a city, and how that is going to be our huntsman work we report back to when we go back to our school because we're students!
I must agree with Gwen that we're getting a bit too involved.
All I'm saying is I'm pretty sure Miss Gale will do something about it. I don't care! Gale's not your perfect figure you should be looking up to, Viridian. She's good at what she does, not everything, though.
We handle things much different than Gale would.
Yes, exactly. We're not all the same kind of person that we look up to or want to be. We have more restrictions than I'd like, sure, but that doesn't mean we should ignore them. I just want to do good by what I can here, instead of busy myself with things that won't matter, that we can't do anything about.
I mean, even if, for argument's sake, let's say that the governor is involved, there is no way we could hide what we were doing from him. Eventually he would find out. And I imagine we would not... I think we would be in shade, perhaps the next day.
Yeah, well, that's basically prove we was right, and we could relay with them Artie or one of them knights about this sort of stuff and get them poking deeper into it.
I suppose we could do that. That does not guarantee anything.
Better than doing nothing, isn't it? No, not necessarily. For instance, in Felix's position, where we're assuming this is right, we stumble around, get caught investigating, and they clamp down on everything. So people who can do their jobs correctly and know how to do them and are trained for this now have a harder time because you want to play hero and look for more drugs. Now fucking, come on. It's not like I smoked any of this shit yet or ever. Just a mistongue of my phrases, like you never spoke out of turn once.
I think we should get rid of these drugs as soon as possible.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't going to hang on to these shit. No, I was going to...
Do not let Nebu see you with them.
Alright, so I'm not allowed to sell any of these to Nebu. Oh my god! What?
No,
She'd buy them.
No.
She would buy them, but that is...
You can't
No.
sell them to Nebu.
Nah, we know she's not going to get hurt by them.
You have to get rid of them.
That... She is not immune.
Tonight? Oh, come on, Clara. Now, I wasn't going to, like, use them, but we're going to need them if we're going to be, like, investigating more. Might need to grease some palms with some people down in the east side, you know. Some of them junkies and stuff who need that. They give good info. Them like my birds.
So,
Viridian,
you
have
wish
get
to
rid
give
of
them drugs?
Well, yeah. For information.
Felix will just look at Clara.
Clara's like rubbing the bridge of her nose, being like, "God fucking damn it, Viridian. Why?" Like just thinking to herself, like, "That's not what I intend to do. That's not what I would intend to do."
Everyone's like collect their books and put them on a table, just going to a walk out. Viridian's like, where are you going? I mean, come on, we're in a team meeting. No, I'm done. Fuck this. I'm going out.
Gwen,
Why?
perhaps...
What?
Felix will just look at her and be like, never mind. If you want to leave, you can leave.
Oh, I don't feel like yelling anymore. It's just making me upset and disappointed in you guys.
She says, looking back towards them, and shakes her head and leaves.
Freddy,
Yeah,
you
whatever.
Freddy, you can't sell drugs.
Why not? I'm not selling them anyway. I said I'm using them to get information out of people. I'm giving them away for free, practically.
Freddy, I somehow think that's even worse.
What the fuck? What do you mean?
It's not exactly what drug dealers do.
No? Wait, y'all got a problem with this shit? Why?
Freddy, I think there are other ways
why?
of getting information.
Oh, so it'd be okay if I gave them a beer or something? Or is that not okay because it's illegal here too?
No, I didn't tell you to go out drinking with them.
I don't want to do any of the drugs or the deal with them. It's currency, May, to these people. Or Clara, to these people. It's currency.
Brothers.
We should
I
not
put,
fuel
I
their
put in money
addiction.
to get this shit. If I had my money, I'd just give them the money.
I think that I should leave too. I clearly have made a mistake coming here.
Oh, come on, Felix. I know y'all ain't all about this, but y'all really gonna be that dramatic about it? Come on, man.
I will say this, Viridian. I do appreciate the initiative you've taken. However, and I will admit that Yusuf being so rich, I suppose, is interesting. But there's nothing here for us to do.
Well, we're gonna poke around for more information.
Viridian, you are my partner. But
Yeah?
I do not think I'll be helping you on this. I'm sorry. I really wish that you would not do this. This is not something we should get involved with.
Okay. Rolls his jaw a little bit, looks down, and kind of goes, I really thought you'd have my back on this one, Felix. I thought this was more reasonable.
If it truly eats away at you, then perhaps tell the proper authorities we are in no position to do anything.
Alright, well, I ain't gonna try and lasso y'all in if you don't want to be involved with it. I get that.
I simply cannot agree with this.
Yeah, but if I found information, you would agree with it, right?
Clara kind of looked towards Felix. What if we find definitive proof that links it to, well, we find out exactly what's going on?
Yeah, with the governor and all this.
Or whoever is, pulling the strings.
Rain rolls his eyes but doesn't object.
I suppose that if you linked it to, say, the governor, and you had definitive proof, I would say perhaps you should take it to the proper authorities. Yes, I suppose I would help then, but at that point it would be over, wouldn't it?
Well, them proper authorities are, might need a little assistance with it, since it's just, a couple of them here, but yeah, might be.
I'm sure if you showed it to Artie or Ganymede, you would have a field day with it. If the governor is truly guilty of something.
Mm-hmm. Right. Alright.
Just keep that in mind, that perhaps you should not always go running into something.
I didn't
He'll
go
say
run
looking
into
at-
it.
He'll say looking at both of them.
I went prowling around and I used my fucking smarts and I didn't get anyone suspicious about it.
You don't know that for certain, but
I do. I know how to do these sorts of things.
Felix, you probably don't want to stay too much longer. You'll get more involved.
Felix will...
Hey, he's allowed to voice his concerns about this sort of thing. I ain't gonna blame him for that. Especially if he's gonna be a little more reasonable than your partner's being.
Gwen is already having a bad time. This has surely exasperated the situation. So
Yeah, well, it's not like I exactly wanted this to be a thing that exists here, but it is.
I know, Viridian, it is a tough situation. I know you're trying to help, but I do not think this is the right way.
Yeah, well, Alright, well, that's your opinion, and it's fine. As long as y'all ain't gonna, cause a stink about it.
I think that you two are going to get us all in trouble. I would like to say that now. If you do, I won't say I told you so, but
Well, if you think we're gonna be in trouble, then come help us out so we don't be.
No. You misunderstand. You're going to get us in trouble. You two doing something will inevitably lead back to Gwen and I.
Maureen just kind of huffs a little bit. Well, it's not like we's gonna get caught. I ain't gonna go about this. I ain't gonna go about this like an idiot.
Yes. Well, I do hope that you sneak about and find this information and save the day, Viridian.
Yeah, I'll make sure not to get y'all caught up in it, because you don't want to be in it. I'll be careful, alright? It's not like I'd want to be an asshole and make y'all have to pay for it. I ain't about that. Would never have told y'all about it if I was.
Of course, Viridian.
So, I'll be careful, alright? That enough?
Sure, I suppose.
Right.
This, just please make sure you keep up with your other duties.
Yeah, I ain't shirking them. Just saying, if he get to ask us to do anything sketchy, I ain't going along with it.
I think we already set that ground rule.
Yeah, I'm just double laying it because y'all never know how these kind of conversations go.
Helix will just shrug and look pretty disappointed and just turn towards the door and be like, well, I do hope you two are wrong.
Yeah, I guess I do in a weird way.
Philo will leave.
Oh, bye, Philo.
He screams into the abyss. Yes! Timed it right.
There you go. Rain will start pushing some of the stuff back in the duffel bag.
Alright. Well, I've no intention of letting this go.
Right, that's good.
So, what's our first step then?
Well, like I said, I was planning on heading around and greasing a couple palms and getting a little more information on our Mohawk friend and see if he's got any associates and stuff like that he goes talks to. I figure it's not like he'd roll up to the governor's manor or anything like that, but there's probably a middleman, and I bet they stick out a bit.
Yeah, I guess that really is the only thing we can do in present is just try and learn more.
Oh, yeah, we shouldn't be poking around in his business or anything directly about this sort of thing, right?
Oh, well, yeah, we don't even know how, if any, he's linked to this yet. Not like we can, jump the gun on this. We gotta be sure of what we're, looking into.
Yeah, I just figure stuff like that, and maybe we run to Percival or something again. We could ask if them been a construction work in the Red Wall or something. That sort of stuff that would have been them tunnels, right? Stuff like that. Weird folk going in there.
Yeah.
Nothing too blatant. I wouldn't want to trouble her with it, and besides, I think a lady like that would take a direct approach that might make some trouble. One that Gwen thinks we're gonna take.
I was actually... Viridian, all this darker tunnels, Dr. Lowe is having us place those things in the ground to sense grim. So,
yeah,
I mean, we're gonna be moving around, getting a, at least a better scope of the terrain around the city. Like, in the vicinity outside of it.
Yeah, he said it'd be outside, and he said they had to be far from people because of the, sensory effect, right?
Yeah.
It would be in the woods somewhere. Maybe some of them fields that haven't been turned into grazing land yet.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like we're guaranteed to find anything related to, a big tunnel network, but
Yeah, but if we see a cave, might as well dig in it and see if it goes deep.
yeah, it's worth looking into. And,
Sure.
well,
Hey, if these things sense grim or something, depending on how accurate they may be, if they go down, not just sideways, we might be able to see if them tunnels populated with them below it.
I mean, if we know anything from Shade, it's that those tunnels love to house Grim.
Yeah. Y'all think the grotto stretches this ways under Sanus? I know they big, but I always heard they kind of stopped around where the border ended up.
Reading, I don't know if I'm the type. I'm Mantlian. I don't think I have enough experience with these tunnels to tell you just how intricate they are.
True. Guess I'll maybe, ask. Nah, I don't think the clientele I'll be asking know about tunnels. Who knows? I guess we'll just dig around in the meantime.
Yeah, I think you're going to be talking to the, bottom of the ladder for now.
Hey, there's a lot of bums out there who are real swell fellows.
But I might not be as streetwise as use when it comes to a Valish city. But I at least can stay out of sight when I need to. So,
You?
I mean, yeah.
I don't know, you cut a pretty striking figure, but I ain't one to talk.
I mean, yeah, just go out at night, put on some black clothing. It's easy enough to stay out of sight.
Help.
I mean, as long as I don't talk to anyone too much. So, I
Yeah,
mean,
you do got that kind of a distinct accent.
yeah, so if you tell me where some of those warehouses might be, I might be able to at least, walk around the areas. Not getting too close, obviously, but at least see if I can find something out while you're doing more of the important talky stuff.
Well, sure. I'd be happy to tell you where some of them stash houses are as long as y'all promise to be pretty careful.
Oh, trust me, I'm not going to go on a one-man raid or anything like that. Just occupying my time while I'm the eyes to your mouth.
Yeah, that sounded weird, but I get what you're saying.
I think...
Truth be told, I did have another spot I was thinking about scoping out. Because I heard word of it. I'm just a little nervous about looking into it. And I wasn't going to bring it up after that reaction we got. But and kind of pulls up the map again and kind of unfurls it more so it's more cuts in. It's right on the edge of the east side. Normally, that it's the ways we passed out one of these times to this warehouse. It's Well, it's a shipping building, normally used for drop-offs and pickups and stuff like that. Funny thing is, it's owned by the Irons Corporation, so I thought it was a mismatched address, but now that's what they was talking about. Don't want to trouble Jose about this sort of thing. I mean, it's his dad's company's kind of a company, so I don't think every place means they gotta know what's going on inside their buildings and all that, right?
Oh, yeah.
People just work there. But still, didn't exactly want to bring it up if they's already upset. Didn't want either of them go whittling to Jose about this before I double-checked and made sure I wasn't making an ass of myself.
Oh, yeah. I think it's worth, at least scoping out. It's not like we're gonna do anything to it.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, with your birds, it's pretty easy to remain, incognito while looking into things like that.
Yeah, I'm pretty fucking nifty. Hated the idea of flying in a city, but it's turned out way better. I mean, no fun perches on trees and stuff, but get a lot of smelly things up my nose when flying as them, but, real good.
Yeah, you're pretty adaptable. I'm not surprised you're getting used to it.
Oh, shucks. Thanks, Clara. Damn. I wish our partners was half as nice as we were to each other at sometimes.
Yeah, but I get where they're coming from.
Do you? I barely do. I get where Felix might be, but I still think he's barking up the wrong tree. Glen, though? He just grimaces.
You really shouldn't have called her a cunt.
Why? She was.
Yeah, but Verdine, that's not going to help anything. It's just going to make her more upset.
Well, she was making me pretty upset, and I think I had a right way of saying it. I mean, she act like I'm just some dumb hick that hasn't tried to get, know what I'm doing.
Still, can't you try and be the bigger man?
I'm always the bigger man. Very funny. But she's being real difficult to work with. I mean, acting like we gotta do everything we say and do nothing in the meantime. Huntsmen are supposed to do stuff and help people. Y'all don't gotta be always working for someone. That's what my pa does, after all I hear.
Listen, I mean, you're barking up the same tree here, Viridian. I don't really have
Yeah,
anything
exactly.
to say on that, besides I pretty much agree with it.
And use the leader for someone who's talking about how Huntsman works. She's being real insubordinate about it, and I fucking hate this. I don't know.
Well, I think either way, me and you are taking a lot of extra work on our plate, so it's
And I can't handle it.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It's important that we focus, real hard on this and our normal work that we're doing. So we shouldn't get too bothered by, anything else going on. How they feel, we definitely shouldn't try and antagonize them or anything, but we shouldn't let it distract us from, doing our jobs.
Yeah. Yeah. I know. Y'all really want me to get rid of these?
Claire will just look exasperated.
I ain't getting rid of them.
Claire will just look exasperated, like, can you, like, not saying, but, like, feeling like, can you at least just fucking tell me you're getting rid of them and then just do whatever the fuck behind my back?
I say, like, I'll take him out of the room. That enough?
Just get him out of here where me and especially Gwen and Felix can't see him anymore.
Yeah, I can do that. Wasn't gonna keep him in here anyway. I'm not dumb.
Tell me when you want to go scout out the warehouse.
Yeah, you got it. I'm gonna grab the fucking duffel bag and head towards the window and start climbing up. I'm gonna go put this thing somewhere real nice and tight.
Alright, I hope to the goddess that you find somewhere no one else has.
That's like my favorite thing to do. Y'all know how many spots they still don't know about in Shade where I go sleep? Suckers.
Not like anyone's looking, Viridian. Well,
what are you talking about? They got a whole group looking for me down there.
Yeah, but they're not looking too hard.
You're underestimating them, he says as he climbs up the window and disappears from sight.
Clara will kind of smile a bit at like that stupid back and forth before just leaning against the table and looking a bit more serious, thinking like, God, half my team is so cringe.
Yeah, based.
No, Clara understands what Gwen and Felix are saying. She's just like, yeah, but come on.
Nice.
Like, she understands, but she doesn't agree.
Come on, Gwen, we gotta be Sigma males.
Oh, she wasn't trying to convince Gwen.
Oh, based. My partner's lost cause.
Didn't say that.
Yeah, of course she didn't say that. That'd be giving her a point. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go get dinner now, so.
A few moments later.
Okay, so you wanted to go see Piper, and you want to get a heads up through Al, right?
After talking with the team and deciding with Viridian that they're going to continue forward.
Okay, so it's right on this. So it's right in this night. Is when you want to do this.
Yeah. We can say that. What time is it after that conversation though? It might not.
Well, like I said, it was at night, so it's like what, like 7:30, 8ish.
Yeah. Clara would have checked because she might just go do this and then go stake out that warehouse.
Were you guys gonna do that right away? I don't think so.
Well, no. He was going to sell the drugs, and Clara wasn't going to stake out that explicit warehouse, like the one they talked about with the irons, like loco.
Okay.
But Clara was going to go snoop around and just like kind of hang around the other warehouses that Viridian mentioned. Not like explicitly trying to do anything.
To walk around the warehouse area.
Yeah, just seeing if she spots anything.
Nearby.
trying to not
some of
get
the building.
too noticed. Just Viridian does the
Sure.
talking. Claire is like kind of skulking.
Sure.
But before she goes to do that, because it's so not late enough, I can do this. Where Clara would have basically, as she's walking, just like fucking checked her scroll and then just start talking because she assumes Owl can always listen because she said he can.
Right.
Hey Al, can you check if Miss Piper's available to see me right now?
Yeah, you'll hear a little dingle tone through the phone as Al kind of makes his presence known, and he goes, "Well, certainly, I could. Is there any occasion for this visit?"
Clara pauses for a moment while she's thinking. Well, I thought I'd, chat with her for a bit. She seems to be one of the most knowledgeable people probably about, like, how this place actually works that I can talk to. And, I think she mentioned something about wanting to talk, about, like psychological stuff about being a huntsman.
Yes, I believe Fuck me. I believe Dr. Hamlin mentioned that she would be available for all psychological counseling and inquiries.
Yeah. See, I talked to our doctor back at Shade about that kind of stuff sometimes. So I thought maybe it could be interesting to talk to Dr. Hamlin about it too. Get like more viewpoints on things.
Interesting. Would you say you're emotionally vulnerable then?
Clara will pause to think.
It's a normal assumption one who would talk to many psychiatrists about.
Maybe?
Interesting answer. The inability to reflect on one's own action is a sign of some sort of mental deficiency.
Yeah. Reflect? Oh,
Yes?
no, I remember what you're talking about.
Very good. Memory loss could also be a very damaging sign, so I'm glad to see it's not present.
Yeah, you don't gotta worry. All those blows I take aren't doing nothing to my memory.
Well, it's not exactly within my capabilities to worry to the degree you'd state.
Right. So can you check if she's available?
Oh, certainly. Of course I can. Do you
And
want me to?
yeah, and just ask her if now's a good time. I can always come back a different time. She can't see me right now.
Oh, how polite. Yes, it's good.
That was fast.
I can speak to both of you at the same time. I had already inquired the first time you asked me. I am an AI, after all.
Right. You don't gotta hang up on me, right?
No,
all right.
of course not.
I guess I can head over there.
Yes, assuming you can make your way down there.
I know the way.
Very good then.
Because I can walk over there.
Yeah, I can walk away over there as he'll make a little tone sound to show he's left, or immediately stop talking to you out of politeness.
He's never gone.
He's... is your computer ever really gone? Alright,
Oh god,
make your way.
I can't believe you didn't have me do a funny interaction with Mr. Merlin Mouse.
You know what? I mean, sometimes I don't think it's necessary to drag out every entry mission towards Merlot Labs. Alright. Yeah, you've been allowed in and led over towards or just directed over towards the private lab of Dr. Merlot and Dr. Hamlin, and can enter the way. Dr. Merlot doesn't seem to be immediately present within the lab as you enter. Some of the lights are off in some of the corners of the room, and Piper Hamlin, Dr. Hamlin, is back in her normal lab attire over most of her, some casual clothes and stuff. It's a little, not like full bags under her eyes, but that sort of indentation or indication that she's been up for a while and probably hasn't been sleeping perfectly recently, as she's typing away with one hand, or clicking away on her mouse with one hand and kind of sipping a coffee with the other, and kind of unfocused stare at the computer monitor. She seems to be scanning over a few different things, and it's just kind of zoned out.
Right. It's funny because she's clicking on the mouse, but she's also a mouse.
It is funny, except she's a rat.
What's the difference?
Pretty big.
As Clara will walk in, she'll just by kind of looking around a bit as she's walking through the lab, and she'll see
walk
that.
up and say, "Cheese to meet you."
Oh, what? God, I remember how disappointed that I was. Right.
Yeah.
As Claire will spy that Dr. Merlot isn't here, and she starts to walk up a bit. You know what? I don't know why I thought he never left the lab.
Her ears twitch a little bit, and she kind of tilts her head sideways a little bit. Oh, yes, I mean, not normally under any sort of means, I'd say, but, I'll get Monty to not sleep here all the time. But no, more of a business engagement this time while he's not here. As much as he would like it, it's not like he can actually keep no interactions with anyone else in the city, and this place requires some sort of finagling to keep funded and supported.
It's private for me to ask who he's meeting with?
I don't know. She kind of thinks for a second and looks around at some of the other monitors. Probably the usual suspects right now. Might be city council stuff, I imagine. The weekly meetings have increased a few to have increased to twice a week at this point, considering some of the projects and everything, so he's been a bit more busy. So it's either that or some business planning for the next one. Monty gets coached on what to say for most of them.
Claire just laughs a bit at imagining him putting on a suit and tie and going to a business meeting.
It's as ridiculous as you think it is, yes, love.
Gotta imagine things are probably pretty busy, especially for people that are running things with the migration and all. Probably making things even more hectic than they probably already are in a city this big.
Oh, I'll say. It's like adding on more people to a leaky ship.
Claire will just come and take a seat.
So push off away from the table for a little bit inside so she can turn and face you a little more. As some programs light up and some loading bars appear and stuff. Alright, so, how you doing there, love?
I'm doing alright. I mean, there's a lot to take in the city here. But, I guess I thought it'd be, good to come talk to you.
Oh, thank you.
Tiz back in Shade, our doctor. I talked to her about some psychological stuff besides just, when I'm actually physically hurt.
Right.
And she said,
you have an on-staff person for that at the school then?
Yeah, we actually came and brought her there last year.
Didn't know they let students do the hiring.
Yeah, it wasn't supposed to be big deal. Mostly just delivering a letter, but one thing turned into another.
Her ears twitch a little bit and she smiles.
That's how...
Trouble?
Yeah. It got a lot more complicated than it was supposed to be.
Oh, I'd certainly imagine it by the sounds of things, eh?
Yeah, I mean... Some of our missions end up like that.
Oh, don't sound so grim about it, Poppet. Ain't that what being a huntsman's about?
Yeah, but... As Claire will just kind of nervously laugh a bit. Just, thinking back on it, it's funny how sometimes some of the most benign jobs end up going so hectic.
Well, it's in our nature to only remember the most worst things easily, like that. They weigh on us more than the times things went well. Hard to feel like you did much when it was a simple job sometimes.
I mean, I think luckily, at least back in Shade, I learned how to get a lot of even the simple city patrols. knowing most of the people, on the street day to day does help with that.
Oh, ain't that quaint sounding? And people always make Shade sound like such a cutthroat place.
It's a great place once you get used to it. I mean, everyone can be real friendly once they figure out you're not, the bad type of Elysian.
Right, the prissy stuck-up ones.
Yeah, basically, if you seem the type that won't want to fit in Shade, then you probably won't. But,
Good to know.
if you take to the culture and the people, everyone's real friendly. Well,
Well, that's lovely, dear.
Mostly everyone. You'll find, junkies around many corners, but, that's most big cities, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Puppet, you're never gonna go anywhere without finding them. I mean, we've got plenty of nice, ruddy places in here that's filled with them.
Yeah.
I think you're staying in one of them, personally, if I remember correctly.
We've had our more than fair share of encounters with, a couple, less than honest folk.
Oh, really? Sounds like to me you stick your head in too many things, personally.
But I was just gonna think for a moment. Maybe it's a little both. Walking around the wrong corner and then, acting out a bit too much.
Oh, you're one of those types who don't let things go, then, yeah?
What do you mean?
She kind of gives you a little coquettish smile and kind of tilts her head a little bit smugly for a second, then laughs. Well, some people have a bit more self-preservation to get into others' business, especially when it looks bad. But I suppose knowing you's a huntsman, it means you was always willing to not put your life in some risk for a little bit of reward.
Well,
And if you've got the virtuous kind, that means that reward is just feeling a bit better about knowing you stopped something awful from happening, yeah?
well, yeah, I mean, it's not like I can just walk away
Don't
when
be so
something...
incredulous, dear. Not everyone thinks that way. You're the outlier. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's just funny to me, is all.
I know that not everyone acts like that and thinks that huntsmen should be like that, but, I mean, can't really help how I am.
Kind of lets out loud, as she sips over her coffee. That seemed a bit specific. I just meant not everyone acts that way, not that every huntsman should act that way. Sounds to me like you're talking about someone specific.
Yeah, well, our team just had a disagreement about how we should be acting here.
Oh. Love, I imagine that sort of thing happens a lot at your age, Puppet, and about even less important things than a mission, but if it's bothering you, tell me.
Well, Claire's just thinking, like, hey, dude, I can't lie. I'm terrible at that.
I'm bad at lying.
So I'm basically just going to tell the truth, but try not discuss the drugs.
I
Yeah,
hate drugs.
not yet. That's ongoing.
Yeah.
Gwen being a prissy bitch is forever. That's a constant. I can talk about that.
Whoa. Rude.
As Claire will think for a moment. Well, it's just... Well, Dr. Hamlin, I guess I've made up my mind on how I want to act, and it doesn't exactly click with some of my team. Me and Viridian, I guess after being here for a little while, after what happened with, the White Stripes, right? The Reformers.
Oh, well, certainly. I mean, look at these ears. Of course I know about them. You live in this city long enough and you actually pay attention to what's on the street. Anyone will know, but if you're a faunist, you're going to know a few more things a few more quickly.
Yeah, so we had a couple run-ins with them. Viridian Fields first, but, I mean, the governor kind of chewed us out for getting involved with them at all, for helping the people of Redwall with their grim.
Right. Barnaby's not the kind of type to really take towards. Spreading yourself thin for no reason, especially if it's just going to make trouble.
See,
He's a bit of a serious sword, isn't he?
yeah, but I guess I think he's you know, trying to do what he feels is best. This,
You think so?
I mean, that's the feeling I got.
Eh, feelings are feelings, aren't they? Well, you gotta look at what people do and how they affect people to really understand them. That's how I look at things. It comes with the field. Communal psychology is all about examining a lot of people and a lot of groups and looking at numbers and things. Anomalies like how people like you act are important, but you look at them in a wider span and you start to understand them better. I mean, for instance, take Barnaby, after all. You can start to understand a band like that a bit better with the people he associates with, like Mr. Enoch. Or how Barnaby, you could think of him if it helped you understand a bit better, took a little shine to old Monty when he was younger. Fathers knew he knew his father and all of that sort of thing. So Barney's always been a bit of a stepdad you could think of to Monty. Sort of a good influence on him. I mean, Monty's old pops, he wasn't much type for, well, let's just say things like this, she says, moving over the lab. Personal projects, things like that. Branching out from the initial path of what he wanted for his son to do. Things like that. You know, Monty's a bright kid. No, she wouldn't say kid. Monty was a bright kid, and a bright man now, but he's a bit of a... He pulls himself all over the place with these sorts of things, as I'm sure you've managed to gasp from just talking to him. He's like that about how he thinks about things, too. Bright and sharp as attack and all of that, but without a little bit of guidance, it goes the wrong way. And he was probably a lot worse than when he was younger. So Poppy didn't really like that much, but good old Barnaby appreciated it. Took a better approach than his dad did.
I'm good to hear that Dr. Merlot changed a lot of things pretty drastically after he, started taking over operations by himself.
Oh, I'll say. I mean, this was a weapon manufacturing company after all. The organization's changed a long ways, and it's especially changed depending on how he's reorganized the focuses on what we do here. It's gone well for the most part, but, I mean, that's easy to say in, well, hindsight. A lot of this sort of thing would have been suicide without someone driving the stern, or someone correct driving the stern, you know? And luckily, he had a good old Barnaby to help guide him on the actual ways he should manage his company, while he provided the bright ideas. You know, it was good to have friends in high places and all. Not saying Monty didn't figure out some things on his own, but I wouldn't say he's a sharp businessman. But with a bright enough mind and the ideas on how to get those organizations going, things like the different divisions of Merlot industry are well suited towards a mind like Monty figuring out how to make them. It just required some friends on how to actually make them profitable. And luckily, Monty had plenty of friends, so me and him could get cozy up in this lab doing important stuff.
So, I assume that's, well, what he's off doing right now. Making sure that, well, everything's going good on that end.
Oh, yeah. I mean, city councils might have a lot of different talking heads in them, but all of them want to make sure everything's going as well as they can for the Glen's overall progress.
Yeah, see,
and, well...
that's what I'm talking about. When I was talking to the governor, I'm not really good at, I think, thinking beyond just how I feel, especially... Maybe it's just because I don't have enough experience yet.
Oh, it's really hard when you're young, yeah.
But, well, I've felt, like talking to the governor, that he truly was, well, thinking of the Glen here. Like, I guess that's the impression I got through talking to him, that the decisions he made, even if I didn't agree with everything he said, that his heart was in the right place, I guess.
I'd say that makes enough sense to me, right? You see someone trying their hardest to make something right, you can empathize with it. Isn't that what you're saying?
Yeah. I mean, it's not like I can fully agree with everything he told us to do. We helped the people of Redwall with their room that were in the area. That's where we ran into Omicron. Or, sorry, I would not have said that. I do not know that name. Sorry.
Yeah. The Guardian of the Forest.
Lucius, right?
Lucis. The
I
Guardian of the
always
Forest,
fuck it
yeah.
up.
That's alright.
Lucis. Right. That's where we ran into the Lucis. What the people of Redwall call the Guardian of the Forest. We already talked to Dr. Merlot about it.
Oh, don't worry, I've been all debriefed on this sort of thing. Plus, I had enough talking about what happened with all your running off to go help them with that sort of stuff, so don't worry,
Yeah.
I'm in the loop on these things.
So the governor... Well, he didn't...
Reamed out for it?
Yeah, he didn't like us getting involved whatsoever in that. Even though, well...
How much good did it do you in the first place, huh?
Claire looks like she's just thinking. What do you mean?
Well, I mean for you personally. You look caught off guard by that sort of simple question. She kind of chuckles to herself.
I mean...
And types a few things on her keyboard idly as she looks back over the screen as you're thinking.
I don't know how to answer that. I mean, it's not like I could really leave there with all those Grimm prowling around.
Right.
They're already breaking down some of the walls the people got there, and turns out there was a Nevermore in the area. I mean...
Yeah, that sounds like you got your answer then. Don't know why you look so aghast at someone asking.
I mean, I guess. Just kind of confusing way of thinking about it, I guess.
Nah, I don't think so. Oh, you gotta wonder what everyone wants to do with themselves. You gotta make a decision on something, right? I mean, sure, it might be just because you want to do it, but that's a reason, isn't it?
Yeah, and see, that's where the disagreements happened.
Right.
Saw that situation, and after thinking about it, after talking to the governor, the situation with the people of Redwall, helping the people in that alley like Viridian Felix did when they're getting beaten up by the White Stripes. I can't say exactly what situations we put in that might force us to make decisions similar to that while we're here, but I told my team that if we are put in a situation that makes me feel like I gotta do something, I'm not gonna ignore it, even if it does slightly deviate from what we're explicitly told to do.
Right.
And
You felt like you hadn't stressed that before or something?
yeah, more like when we get into the situations, if they happen to arrive, well, we always do something similar. But it's always, spur of the moment, where we get into the situation and make the call right when it happens. Instead of establishing that, should something happen, here's how we're gonna act. I guess I just felt more confident now that, well, we're helping out here on a more long-term basis for a while. That's how I feel more comfortable acting. Because before, most of our missions would be pretty, one and done in a way. We'd have a singular objective that we're there to solve.
It's how most huntsman work normally operates, unless you're hired on for longer-term positional work like this.
Yeah, and this is the first, I think, mission like that we've ever taken on.
Well, if you're being too overwhelmed by it, just think on it by a specific case-by-case basis. But it sounds like you've already put in a foot on this, so you don't need exact advice like that. Besides, I'm not much of a huntsman myself. I just think of things as problems that need being solving one by one. Figure it out then and get them executed.
I don't think you have to be a huntsman to, give your opinion on something like this.
I don't know about that. It sounds like you have to be to understand how they happen. After all, sounds like you had to make quite a bit of a decision on how to operate, and it didn't make you feel too better about yourself.
I feel good about what we did, just not about the responses to it.
Not all sunshines and rainbows, huh?
And it's not exactly a pleasant feeling to get chewed out by the man you're here working for.
Well, no, I don't think so. Bound to happen, though, when you don't do what they want.
Yeah, and I guess that's where some of the friction came. And, well, accepting that we're gonna get chewed out like that. And I'm not gonna ignore anything that you, Dr. Merlot, the governor, anyone in charge here asked us to do. It's just, well, I guess I'm gonna try and cover as much as I can, if that makes sense.
Well, sure, I suppose it makes sense. I'm understanding what you're saying. I mean, I would ask you, though, it sounds like you're quite caught up on wanting to make sure this is, something you're saying, yeah? Right?
Yeah, I guess,
Where do you think that comes from?
to be honest with you, Dr. Hamlin, I've never been much of the leader type. Most of the things we end up doing, we just kind of figure out on the spot as we go. Even team decisions I've usually left up to a group discussion. And, I mean, I've said before, in the moment, I'll kind of call it a shot. But I guess it's the first time I'm doing that not in the moment.
So you're trying to compensate, then, for all that lack of doing it before now, huh? Feeling the jitters of having to actually get down on it this time?
I don't know if that's right. I guess it's more...
Alright, well tell me what it is then. Go ahead.
I think this might be one of the first times I've felt confident about making that call, well, right now. Before something, imminent happens. Not in the moment. Because, I mean, I feel sure of myself, which is why I felt prepared to inform my team about that.
Right.
When before, I mean, I guess I didn't think too much on it.
So it's the first time you've really been comfortable doing this then?
Yeah, that's a better way to put it. Where, even right now, given some of my team's negative responses,
Yeah. There you go.
I don't feel I'm wrong.
But you don't feel happy about it sounds like.
Well, yeah, I prefer us not to be, having this thought happen.
Well, why don't you tell me a bit more why you feel bad about this fight, then? If that's what's getting to you and eating away at you. I mean, I'll sound like you've got your parts figured out, at least to you. But it sounds like this is the real troublemaker, huh?
So, yeah, sure. So it's... Viridian. He agrees with me more or less. I mean, I expected him to. He's always been the type that just, has his own idea about how a huntsman acts, and I think we kind of line up more or less on a lot of things. So, when I say I want to help people more, especially, if we see people in trouble, then I want to help them. I mean, he's the type that probably already be moving towards them. Gwen, she wants to do things on the straight and narrow, Follow whatever we're told to the letter and not deviate.
Well, what's on straight and narrow about helping people? It sounds pretty straight and narrow to me, isn't it?
As in, if the governor says not to help some people, not to decide right now that we're going to disobey him. Now, if it came down to it and Glen saw someone in trouble, she'd help them. But I don't think she can agree so much with deciding we're going to not go against what people say, but not exactly, go along with everything they say.
So
Especially-
Gwenny's little problem is that you're not following what you're told to do, you're saying?
Yeah, I guess not to the letter.
To the letter.
And
As
I mean,
in explicitly?
yeah,
Like you think she wouldn't do something like, you get on a job and something and there's a bit more trouble than was ordered, but you don't think she'd go ahead and do the rest of it? That sort of thing you're talking about?
she'd do the rest of it, but I think,
She would.
yeah, but I think it's a lot different if that decision's made in the moment, If we're on the mission, intending to do exactly what we're told, and then something comes up, something changes that requires us to make a decision. I
Right,
think
okay.
Then she can be okay with it. She might
Right, okay,
grumble
I
a
get-
bit, but she can understand. But
Right, okay, I get that, but so why do you think it's becoming such a big problem now?
Mhm.
I
think-
mean,
I
if
think-
she would do it anyway, why is it gonna be a problem now? That doesn't seem to really make sense, right?
I think because this is the first time I'm kind of making it clear when it's not just in the situation.
You think so?
Yeah?
Alright.
What do you think?
Hell, I mean, this is not exactly, these sorts of things, it's mostly me trying to pick up what you're saying to me to understand it. I just want to be clear on this topic. I wouldn't know how your team works exactly or anything. I've known you for only so long, but I'm just trying to get sure I got an idea on this sort of thing. I mean, you saying she would do the right thing if it was in front of her, but not if it's, like, in the future.
It's...
I'm just trying to make sure I got it straight on this.
I mean, I guess that's how I feel.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, every time in the past, Glen's grumbled when we've had to make certain choices, but she's always been there, helping, making sure everything turned out okay.
Mm-hmm.
This is, I guess the only thing I can see different now is when I'm proposing we do something.
Mm-hmm. Right. That's to sit straight with you, though.
Sorry, what'd you say?
Does that answer sit straight with you? As in, is that answer good with you, though? As in, do you find that answer satisfactory?
No? I mean,
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't sound like you're too sure of it either.
I'm not happy with it.
No. I mean, you're not so certain what's going on behind her head, right?
I mean, how can I be?
I could ask. She kind of
Maybe.
smiles and chuckles a little bit. I know it's very mean to just put it so bluntly, but sometimes some people need to hear it. But if you have, and go ahead, explain it to me.
I mean, it's just... Sorry, I'm thinking.
Sure.
I mean... Like, I'm explaining to you how I think it's playing out right now, but...
Right.
It's not like I have all the answers either. That's just what
I know you don't, dear. I want to only hear your opinion, though. She kind of chuckles a little bit and shakes her head and gives you like an apologetic smile and leans over to pat your knee. Honey, when you're Puppet, when you're talking about these things, I'm not expecting you to know the answers. I'm asking you to put what you know out on the table and we talk about it. This is how these sorts of things go,
Right.
You don't have to know what's wrong or what's right and all that, but I want you to be able to talk about it and get to an answer that makes sense to you.
Right. Well, here's what I think then. Gwen, I mean, she's a great huntress. I mean, in training. And I think her and I agree on a lot of things. Like, I'm just gonna pause for a moment to think.
So we agree on a lot of saying pauses. Wait, fuck, we don't agree on anything.
Maybe I'm learning we might have more disagreements than I thought, but I think she's the type of huntress that would genuinely help someone in front of her if they need it. And I don't think I could say that about everyone I've met.
She nods.
Which is why, well, if Gwen was in Viridian's or Felix's place when she heard someone screaming from an alley, like bloody murder, I would think she would go check it out, and, I mean, probably come to the same conclusion they did. Maybe it'd play out slightly differently, but she wouldn't just walk away. Which is why I guess I feel like if I didn't say nothing here right now to them, and I just kept going on the mission, I mean, if I made the same choices later on, if anything comes up that I've just told them I end up making now, there wouldn't be as much complaining, just the normal grumbling. Which is why I guess I'm frustrated. 'Cause I feel like...
Sounds like you think she's being a hypocrite.
I wouldn't say that, because she'd just get mad.
Well, no. Okay, is that the only reason you wouldn't want to say something?
I don't like making her mad.
Well, what's the alternative? What's so bad about her getting mad if it's what you think's happening? Maybe you don't have to tell it to her face, but it's just you and me talking here. You don't think she's being hypocritical then?
I guess I don't know.
Yeah, no. Well, why not? I mean, it sounds like you've laid it out pretty crystal clear to me. What's the point that's nagging at you in there, then?
What if her grumblings were more serious than that? Like, she really didn't like what we were doing before, but didn't say anything. Or didn't say it enough to make me understand how serious she was.
So you're worried it has always been a bit more of a point of content... Hold on, fuck me. So you're always worried it's been a bit more of a serious issue and you just never noticed, is what you're saying?
Yeah. And that...
that's a fair point. It's a fair concern.
Right now, she's getting so upset because, well, you know, it's not like I've noticed before. So now that I'm changing up what I'm doing by making this more clear when we're not in a dire situation, she's making her frustrations more clear.
So you're worried you haven't been picking up on this sort of thing? Or are you more worried that she just hasn't been telling you this sort of thing? I mean, if I knew that suddenly I was on a team with someone I was working with and they've been holding something back on this, or I hadn't noticed it until now, I'd be pretty worried about that, but they are two different things. What do you think's more of the problem here?
I feel like it would definitely be me not picking up on things.
So the whole problem of this is that you're feeling bad about it because you feel like you failed.
Yeah. I feel like us fighting right now is my fault.
You don't think there's anything part of it that could be her fault?
I mean, yeah, like a bit.
A bit.
I was trying to explain it, but while I was explaining, she was getting more and more upset and yelling more and more, so it was making it harder for me to, I think, get my points across.
Mm-hmm. But
So-
that's it.
Yeah, I feel like that'd be my major complaint.
I mean, you don't think there's any part of it that's her fault besides just being a bit nasty with you?
Uh, I mean, yeah.
Alright.
I mean, if she genuinely, if we talk this out in a non-yelling fashion, and she genuinely disagreed with it, I wouldn't really blame her. If, well, say all her nagging and everything when we got into situations like that in the past, if it was more serious than that, and she genuinely had more problems with it, then, well, I guess I couldn't really blame her at this point. Not as much if I didn't take it more seriously when I had the chances.
She kind of gives you a bit of a Cheshire grin and goes, wow, you really don't like taking, letting anyone else take the blame in these sorts of things, huh?
I am the leader.
You know, what's that matter?
I mean, I guess I feel like it's, kind of in my position. I'm the one that, at the end of the day, calls the shot. I decide how we're doing things. So, if there's a miscommunication or not listening happening, it's kind of falls on my lap at the end of the day.
Right, alright.
Especially when it involves me like this. This is just a breakdown between like Felix and Viridian. It'd probably be my fault if it went on for too long, but
You're certainly a glutton for this sort of punishment thing, aren't you?
well, think on that?
I mean, you're practically out here self-masticating yourself and just really, grinding it down on yourself about how this issue could have been avoided if it was you could have changed something or if that. You don't think you're putting too much power into yourself here? I mean, I'm sure you probably could have done something. I'm not saying you can't have. But do you really think that the worst thing that she's done in this problem is just be a bit nasty to you? You don't think any other person involved in your team? You have the two teammates in here who could have seen this also, couldn't have also mentioned something? You're putting all of this blame on just yourself here. Truthfully.
I guess. I guess.
Don't you think that sounds a bit ridiculous?
I mean, when you say it like that, a bit.
That's the way. I mean, I'm just telling you what you've told me. If there's something that makes it make more sense that you didn't include in the story, maybe, but this is all I've heard about it. I'm just giving you my honest opinion.
I guess, Dr. Hillman, I've never felt comfortable blaming others.
I can tell. Where do you think that stems from? If you had to guess, you don't have to get too serious if you don't have an answer.
It looks like she's like trying to think more deeply.
Listen, just recognizing that and admitting it out loud is a good thing of a starting point with this sort of issue.
I don't know.
That's alright.
I guess, maybe it has something similar to me feeling like I, gotta get involved in things. Like, maybe might be related to, how when I see someone in trouble, I don't really question that I'm gonna do something.
You feel like nothing's going to change unless you're the one going out there. Like, other people aren't going to be making the change in the moment. You think you're the only one who can just do something. Yeah, you see a
It's-
problem and you want to solve it. I'm not saying that you think other people won't, but you don't
Yeah.
let yourself imagine it, is maybe what you're saying.
It's not that I don't think other people can solve things, like you said. It's I don't want to feel like it's hard to word. Maybe I can use an example. Say the Grimm are attacking Red Wall. I wouldn't want to hear in a couple days that a bunch of people in town were killed by the Grimm we just chose to walk away from.
Right.
I mean, and yeah, maybe they'll be fine. Maybe someone else will
Plenty.
deal with it.
Yeah, there's plenty of guardsmen and all that.
Yeah, there are certainly ways it could be solved, but I guess
But because you're not involved in it, you don't feel comfortable with it.
I don't
So
feel
when there's a problem and it's not solved, you don't feel comfortable with it because you think you could have solved it.
Yeah, I don't feel comfortable with it, I think, when I don't know a clear way that it will get handled so nothing bad happens. Say another huntsman was there, like the one we ran into, and he told me at the time he was gonna go take care of all the Grimm that were surrounding Redwall. I probably could have left more confident that everything would be okay.
You sure about that?
Mm,
She says, she leans in
Uh,
back in her chair a little bit and crosses her legs. Because, you know, it kind of sounds like you're kind of full of yourself to me.
I said more confident.
I know, that's why I pointed out.
Listen, I don't want to get involved in literally everything that happens and I don't need to.
No. But when you feel strongly about something, you can't help but put yourself involved in it. Right?
Yeah, I guess. I never thought about it too hard.
You should. These things are important for ourselves. Understanding why we operate. You know how you, let's see, what's something you do? You know how your weapons work by now, right? Huntsman probably has to understand how to, like, take them apart and do little simple repairs on them and things like that.
Yeah,
Right.
I know the ins and outs of my weapon.
No, right, yeah. You see, you learn the ins and outs of them because you use them every day for your job, right? How to survive and sort of things like that. It's the same thing you have to apply to yourself and how you think and how you operate. What your principles are, what your priorities are, your sort of philosophy on these sorts of things, she says, kind of waving her hands a little bit fancifully, how you operate and all that. You have to understand the insides and outs of them in the same way you have to understand how those weapons of yours work, in the same way you'd need to be able to know in a life or death situation, you know how to operate them and how to keep them safe and how to use them to the best of your capabilities. In other situations, you have to know yourself in that. You see what I mean? At the end of the day, you're your own tool in that regard.
Yeah.
That's how I always tell people.
Yeah, that makes sense. It just seems
Right.
like it's gonna be kind of hard, you know? Not that I don't want
course.
to. Not that I don't want to try. Just it's gonna.
Oh,
take
no, I'm in no danger of assuming that. I mean, you can't stop yourself from getting involved in any problem, right? She smirks a little bit, jokingly.
I mean, I'd say that what you're saying right now kind of. I mean, guess I started doing that a bit. I mean, I feel like that's along the same lines of, well, why I just said that to my team.
I think so too. Yeah, I think so too. And it sounds like it's harder than you'd imagine now, which is fair. It's never easy. Plenty of people older than you still have no more progress than you do. But that's not going to stop you, is it?
I mean, yeah, why would it?
Listen to you. You got a bit of a death wish in you, don't you? Somewhere in there.
I've been told that before.
Oh, see, I was just teasing a little bit, but I guess that makes sense. Probably something you should worry a little bit about that. I mean, you hear jokes like that enough, it means something bad's in there.
I've had more serious conversations with some people about that.
That's good. It's Dr. Hyde, right? Any of those with her?
Yeah, I've also talked to my grandpa about it.
Right. That's good. Having a familial source that you can go to on these sorts of things.
Yeah,
Hmm.
it's not like I could ever hide anything from him. He's kind of slick.
And
Grandpappies
normally can be.
And I've been... Well, I don't think I'm a very good liar.
Comes with the territory and how you think about things, I think. If you want, if you wouldn't mind, if you plan on talking about this more at some point, I could ask if I could receive a transfer of what Dr. Hyde's got on what some of your talks and things like that. You know, so you don't have to tell me, so I can take my own evaluation of them.
Yeah, I condone to you having my medical record.
Thanks, Poppet. I just figured it'd be better to know. I might get some better ideas on how to recommend these things for you.
Oh, sure. I'm just, I mean, it's the least I can do if you're going to give me all this advice.
Ha! No sweat on this sort of thing. After all, I'm not so different from that sort of way you act. I mean, I don't like having problems in front of me either. But I've seen it as you need a bit more temperament with how you handle them. Seems to me like you're willing to throw yourself against anything and kind of throw caution to the wind as long as you're being true to what you want with these sorts of things. Which, dear Poppet, ain't a bad thing. It's quite heroic. That's what people write books about and all girlies and boys idolize and want to find someone in their life like that to sweep them off their feet for sure. But sometimes, in a realistic manner, it really does end up burning yourself because it can hurt a lot of other people.
Yeah,
people are tricky, ain't they?
Yeah, I grew up reading most of those books.
Of course you did. Oh, that's adorable.
Yeah, I mean, ever since I started being a huntsman and training, I've gotten constant reminders that there are a lot of intricacies to especially dealing with people.
Listen, dear, I don't want you to be too worried that I've been saying too much of scrutinizing on this sort of thing. Believe me, I wouldn't have shacked up with Monty if I hated types like this. But as a professional, I do also have to recommend ways to keep it in a little bit more. Not just for other people's sake now, she says, kind of jabbing a little finger towards you, but because it makes you seem all unhappy to know you've got your partner in a tizzy about these sorts of things, and I know you want a way to make that not happen also.
Yeah, in the future, but do you have any advice about how I could, I don't know, do better now? I think deep psychological reflection might take too long.
Oh, certainly. Well, I know it sounds like you got her right riled up, so maybe you need to back off on the sort of team leadery interfacing with this issue and start talking more just like your friends again about this sort of thing. Maybe that's what she needs. I mean, sounds like she's right all ready to be a professional about things, but if you's worried you haven't been picking up on these sorts of things in general, as a friend, concerns and things like that, it's hard to turn down someone who opens themselves up so vulnerably when asking about that sort of thing. As long as she ain't cruel, and you come over there really just open-armed, asking for what's wrong about those sorts of things, and really put yourself out there, most people take that as a response to shy away from digging the dagger deeper in. It's sort of hard to refuse someone who makes themselves so vulnerable on these sorts of things. It's a bit manipulative, but it's true. That's just how our emotions work.
Yeah, I think it's a really good idea. I mean,
thanks, love.
Gwen and I are, we're like best friends, so I think I can connect to her a lot better like that, maybe if I don't try and, act up.
I'm not saying you don't gotta think you gotta be a leader on these things, but I do think you gotta make sure you've got to touch base on these sorts of things. Because the main thing I'm hearing here is you're unconfident on what's going on with your partner right now. And you want to know what's going on there more, right?
Yeah.
Well, there you go. You don't have to mix these sorts of things together. Making you think you're doing a bad job on your leaderly duties right now just because you've made your friend upset might not be the same issue after all. There might be ways to untangle these and figure out a way to figure out both of them better.
Yeah, but I guess step one is just talking to her.
Definitely. Like I said, talking's real cheap. And as long as you've got the sort of stuff to really harden yourself up to doing it and put yourself in that place, it's not going to be a big deal.
Well, I won't have a problem with that.
Certainly not. Yeah, I'd love to talk to you, Puppet.
Thanks, Dr. Hamlin. I mean,
Of course.
after you get those files or whatever you'd want to talk, I'd love to continue this kind of conversation.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I love this sort of thing. I might be a woman of many sort of professions and all of this, but this has always been my heart and soul.
Oh, yeah, and as Claire will kind of just get up a bit. Right, also, whenever you and Dr. Merlot are already on the next phase of the mission, we'll be ready.
Of course.
Don't worry, we're good at putting, things like this aside when it's actual work time.
I wouldn't dream of insinuating you didn't. Your performances have been pretty good so far, and it's not like you have many black marks on your record, so we can trust that sort of thing. Right now, all we're worried about is configuring the correct zones and everything and get the permissions of the area. So we're looking for somewhere where we don't have to worry about those as much. Territory the governor already owns, stuff like that. Places that aren't too close in proximity towards people, and, well, making sure we're not asking you to scan an area that's already swarmed with Grim from some of the migrants.
Well, whenever you got all of that busy work done, we'll be good to go.
Yeah, just busy work and all of that. All right then. Well, like I said, I've got plenty of time for these sorts of things. I can multitask all right. So always feel free to swing by, and if you just want to chat and have some coffee or something, that works too. It's nice to have kids in here. People are fun to talk to and all of that. Monty and I can use a little more of that.
Well, I'll make sure to take you up on that real soon.
Oh, thanks, dear. Now come over here. I might not be asking for any payment, but I do want to pinch those cheeks of yours.
Clara will just walk over and activate her semblance before she does.
Piper snorts and goes, "You actually walked over here? I was joking." Oh, come here. She reaches up suddenly and yanks on your cheek a little bit. Oh, you're so ridiculous.
I thought you were being serious. Yes.
Nah, who would listen to someone who asked that? What am I, a granny? Who would dare even ask that sort of thing? She kind of like smacks you on the cheek a little bit friendly. You're a silly one, ain't you? This problem will be nothing, dear. With an honesty like that, your problem's gonna go away so soon. I bet you're a real heartthrob, ain't you? People love the dumb, simple type.
I do have a lot of friends and long-term girlfriend.
Oh, congratulations on that. Now get out of here. You got better things to be doing than chatting to me and getting yicked around by this. Make sure you get some rest, alright?
Yeah, thanks again, Dr. Hamlin.
Sure.
Waves you to walk out.
Later, love. Stay safe, Pulpit. Coming over here. She just shakes her head and chuckles and goes back to typing on the computer.
Opens evil.exe.
Evil.exe. Cool, I can get all your therapy papers!
She walks out.
Yeah, you can have all my
brings
medical...
up her AOL chat with Salem.
Salem.
She's gone.
You can have all my medical
silver
records.
Eyes, more like silver cries.
Opens the document, sees silver eyes. Gasps.
I thought they were gray!
Car bumps into somebody in a big trench coat.
Oh, fuck, I should have killed
Clara's
it.
gonna bump into somebody with a big trench coat and be like, "Oh, sorry." Walks away. Camera pans to him. It's the fucking tentacle monster in the trench coat as it walks in.
The orb.
It's the orb.
I fucking hate those things. They're so dumb. Why are they so
they're
strong canonically?
That's right.
What do you
folks.
mean? They killed a loser.
That's
Why are
right.
they canonically so powerful?
That's right, folks. Salem now has access to my medical records.
Based. Oh my god, she's allergic to penicillin. Based.
So.
Can you imagine? Can someone be allergic to dust?
Yeah, I'm
Oh.
sure someone's written that down somewhere and been like, "Damn, my OC is so."
Honestly, how have we have scanned the RWBY wiki, and have we ever run into someone who's allergic to dust?
No, because it's so
Maybe, I don't know.
it's so quirky that no one thought of it.
I don't buy that. There has to be somebody.
There has to be
who's stupid
someone,
enough.
but they're not interesting enough. They're not of, I think, high enough interest. It's just like probably a footnote on some random page.
Probably. Alright, I'm gonna get my dinner now.
A few moments later.
When, and she's very short on the phone, and just says she's out. And if he wants to like meet up, she's down at the Emerald Crossing, surveying some of the stores nearby for supplies and things.
All right.
She'll hang up. Felix could have made his way over there across the districts into the less shitty part of town.
Of course.
Yeah. As he's walking the streets, what Felix's assumptions of shops Glen would be looking at be?
I mean, like dust shops,
Yeah, stuff like that.
dust shops and shit like that.
Yeah. Let's see. Where am I gonna? I'll move this down here since I think this building's already something else canonically.
It's the church, if I do recall.
Well, yeah, I meant like the little one she was in
Oh,
front
you
of.
meant the little one. Okay.
Yeah, here. This building down here.
Yeah, I don't want to
So
get
it's
pulled
a-
into a church scene.
No. This is a Schnee Dust Company store. She is outside it. She just has like big bags in both of her hands. And she's kind of stopped to look at something on her scroll and is just holding them. And cars driving by, late night traffic, people wandering around.
Alright. Felix will walk up to her and just kind of wait for her to be done with whatever she's looking at on her phone. I'm sure she'll notice Felix.
Yeah. She clearly notices him and just goes back to looking at her scroll for a bit and then flicks it shut and, does the little spinny hand thing with the weird, like... I still can't get over that scrolls were, like, turned into Switch controllers at one point in design-wise, like...
Were they?
Well, remember, like, I don't think these would be them, because I think it's implied they're, like, a newer version, but remember, like, Volume 7, when they first get the Atlas, they get the new scrolls, and, like, they're just, like, a Switch controller? Like, one of the, like, Joy-Cons, and it just, like, opens a screen up. It doesn't have, like, two ends, like the old ones, where you pull it open, like, a scroll. They just made it a Joy-Con. It was a really weird decision, so yeah.
Great choice.
Sorry, as I was describing how the scroll worked, I started smiling, remembering how they had a weird scroll redesign.
The ghoulish
Anyway.
grin goes across your face, but
Yeah.
you beat it back. I got it.
Yeah, Gwen rolls up the scroll as the two ends click together, and she kind of flips it in her hand and slides into her pocket, and she'll look up. It wasn't that important, you could have just said something.
Felix will kind of.
She blinks
Does that a
up, looking up at you. I mean, thanks for being polite, I guess.
I just wanted to make sure you were all right.
All right. I mean, yeah, I guess. I don't know. It's not like I can't do late night shopping, right? Besides, I wanted to feel like I was getting something done. And I knew the Dust Company stores here, from the Schnees, aren't like bank vaults like they are in Shade, where it's almost impossible to actually get in the building because people just steal shit. And I knew in a bigger city like this, they'd probably have some of the latest models. There was a catalyst emitter that I was curious about purchasing, so I got that and some more parts, some from the munitions place down the street.
I mean, just need to kind of bulk up some of their prices, and it's not as good. Plus, there's some more custom fits there. So, stuff like that. Some more materials to work with. Some of these weird Mistral-y, like, Mithrite screws. They're supposed to be better at dealing with heat and higher temperatures affected by dust when you're dealing with things, so there's less wear and tear if you're affecting your weapon with them. I don't know. Seems right.
Felix will kind of nod, like.
She just sighs.
Gee.
I mean, I wanted to do something productive with my time, and I was too awake and angry to do anything else, so I figured I'd actually make sure to make use of sitting in this city. You know, find ways to help. Huntsman ways to help. Like you're supposed to do when you're sat around in a city. But
Yes, I suppose that makes sense. Getting away from whatever that was is probably the best move.
tell me about it, she says as she blows her bags out of her eyes a bit and looks grumpy. Don't even blow my voice out yelling.
There's really no point to waste your breath on it, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it took me a while to realize that, unfortunately.
Yes, it is. Felix will just kind of look down at the ground and just shake his head and be like, this is troubling, frankly.
Yeah.
I hate to admit this, but perhaps I've come here for my own sake more than your own.
That's not bad. I mean, you were worried I was sad also or whatever, right? So, thanks.
Yes, it's... I would like... Felix will stop simply. No, I'm not going to apologize for Viridian. This is something I could have never guessed would happen.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have to, like, apologize for our partners, do. I'd do it a lot more if I was forced to. Yeah. Come on, I guess let's, walk and talk, maybe.
Of course.
You guys will start moving down the street a little bit more. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm trying not to be as upset as I am on the outside, I guess. I don't know. I felt like I said all I needed to say, or like could say, and now I just feel mad and bewildered, if that makes sense.
I do believe we're both feeling similar things. I, of course, think we show it different ways, but trust me,
Yeah.
I'm not the only one.
Thanks. Likewise. So, anything else I missed after I left, or...
Do you really want to know?
I mean, if it's gonna be bad stuff that'll happen, it'd probably be better to know ahead of time, but, I mean, I guess if it's not that important, no. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, I was informed that I should, if I do not wish to get involved, I shouldn't listen to anything from that point forward. I had to agree. But I don't think that... I feel as if they do not realize that whatever they do will reflect back on all of us.
Yeah. Talk about it. I mean, how hard is it to understand that sort of thing? Or any of this?
It is very frustrating, frankly. I just do not understand why they would go looking for something that may not even be there.
I just don't understand what they think being a huntsman is sometimes.
It is... Well, Viridian and Clara have always had a... Felix will kind of look around, looking for the right word and be like, an ideal version of what this is like. I think we can agree on that.
I guess I should have taken that problem more seriously before. I don't know. I'm used to people telling me I take Huntsman too seriously, or like imagine them to be something better than they are, right? I mean, that's what I'm used to. So I've never really been on this end of the argument. But I mean, Clara just makes Huntsmen seem like they're overblown mercenaries or something. Like her and Viridian are right to get all this up in arms about this sort of thing, be willing to do this sort of thing. I don't know. What, are we all supposed to stretch ourselves that thin on this?
To think that we would put so much effort into this is... well, frankly, it's quite dumb.
Yeah, but that's not even talking about the whole core of this issue in the first place. It's just like, I don't know. What do they think we're supposed to be doing?
Well,
What do they think I want to do? It's not like I'm heartless.
Well, I don't think they think that.
Practically
Necessarily.
said it.
Felix will kind of just look away and be like, I must say that perhaps it could have been seen that way, but I do not think that's what anyone meant. I don't think anyone thinks you're heartless, but they're... I don't know what they think being a huntsman is, really. Thought I did. To go into this so fervently, it's a bit much.
They're just bored or something. Viridian is, at least.
I must choose to not believe that. If this is simply boredom, we'll have deeper worries for those two.
I don't know. Yeah, I guess I don't believe that either. I just don't understand it either way. I guess this just reminds me of a lot of other sad stuff. Or maybe not sad, just... well, it feels more sad nowadays. I mean, this really is a sign that a lot of us aren't gonna really work together once we're out of school, huh? It just kind of says wistfully as she looks out at traffic as you're walking.
Well, Felix will stop for a second, but do you wish we would?
I don't know. I mean, I always figured, well, it's not like I ever figured necessarily you would, since you kind of showed up here not even knowing what you wanted to do in the first place. And Viridian, I barely understood what he was going to do most of the time, but at least I was pretty sure he wanted to be a huntsman. And Clara, it wasn't any case that I doubted. But I guess I just thought things had been, for better or worse, going well. We worked really well together. And I just thought, oh, maybe. Nothing like serious. I don't let myself get too far ahead of myself and rely on things like this. I plan ahead, sure, but I don't plan on things I can't assure. But if all we can do is work so well together but not see eye to eye, well, there's going to be no point in staying any level of organization in the future. We'll just have to put up with each other until we're all graduated.
I suppose that is a grim way to look at it.
Is it? I don't know. It's how I came into this looking at it. And
Well,
I guess I stopped at some point.
I won't frankly, Glenn, I don't think that any of us will be working together once we graduate. But
Yeah.
I don't think that we need to... What I'm trying to say is, I think we can see eye to eye. It's just... I suppose there will be times like this.
Are you sure about that? Because I feel like I haven't looked anyone in the eye in a while.
Well...
Things seemed easy at the Vital Festival.
Well,
Not-
that was a... interesting predicament, all things considered.
Sure, but even before all that awful stuff happened, I mean, it was pretty easy to work together on these things. Even Viridian took it seriously enough. And I thought missions would continue to be that way if we could handle something like that. I mean, that's a pretty prestigious affair. We were on the world stage and did the best. Maybe not the best we could have, but the best of everyone else. And now we're just back to like early on. I don't even understand what half the team's points are. She grumbles a bit more and kind of sways back and forth as she goes back to looking forward as you're walking.
Well, Gwen, I hate to say this, but we may have been the Vital Festival champions, but that does not mean that all our problems stopped.
No, it certainly didn't. I just thought it meant we had gotten better.
I would still say we have.
Maybe. I think they think we've gotten too better. I think it's given them too big of an ego. Which, yes, laugh it up, I know. And coming
No.
from me, that's fucking rich.
I don't think I'll be laughing, but listen, it's... Felix will kind of look at the ground and be like, this is an... I understand that it does feel similar to the early days. I have to admit that, and that does not feel great. I imagine you're feeling quite similar about Clara than that you did early on as well, right? Because I'm feeling the same way about Viridian.
Yeah. She says kind of in like a small voice.
Yes, I must say, and I'll just say this to you now, when Viridian compared this to our predicament at the Vital Festival, it fills me with quite a good amount of anger.
Yeah.
I, however, do not wish to repeat my mistakes at getting angry at Viridian.
Yeah. Well, I didn't want to keep yelling, so that's why I left. Felix, do you think this means that, we can't all be friends anymore?
I do not think that this... Felix will kind of look away and be like, the topic of friendship, that is interesting, but...
It's not like I know much more than you.
I would say you know. Felix will kind of move his head a bit. Fair enough, perhaps, but I think you're still a bit ahead of me.
Maybe.
But I will say that I don't think this means that we're not friends. I do not hate Viridian.
Yeah, and I don't hate Clara or Viridian either, but... Well, if you don't get each other, that's not gonna work, right? It's not what friends are. They ain't showing that it might not be possible. I mean... Right. I mean, what if we're just
forcing it, or just being able to be, cordial about things. It's just worked out okay so far, but we're not going to actually be able to really get each other.
I
don't want to misunderstand things.
when
kind of just looking at her feet as she's walking.
Yeah, Felix is kind of getting a little introspective here because he's like, oh no, what the fuck? Jesus.
I fucking hate this.
She's not going, we're not friends anymore. She's like, what if we just never were?
Glen is asking, oh no, can we be friends? Fucking mental midget.
Oh god. Why are you like this? Felix will...
Felix is distracted by the flashing lights of cars driving by, signs from the city, stoplights. Paints a very neon coloring of somber sort of loneliness.
Felix has a seat.
Felix sees the gargoyle hanging out of the corner of his eye.
Yeah.
G&G.
We come back to the room and Viridian and Clar are level 3 in gargoyles. Yeah.
I'm gonna send Felix!
I'm gonna send. In Grim and Ghoulies.
Grim and Ghoulies. No. Yeah. They named fucking tacos, but not their D&D equivalent. Shame.
I know. Gary couldn't even come up with an anime from the RWBY universe.
Oh, that's pain.
Sucks.
Alright. Felix will, sort of being kind of like, you know, a little introspective, he'll say, Gwen, I think that we can all be friends. It's just... This is a bump in the road, as they say. I know that that sounds very nonchalant, but that is the best way I can put it.
Right. I mean, yeah, I get what you mean, and I know it's not like friends don't fight. Believe me, I think I only really started to get this when I had that big fight with Lucy in the first year. And then I kind of understood things a bit better. But this doesn't feel like a big fight. This feels like for the last couple weeks, I just haven't been able to even communicate what I want and understand what they want. Isn't that bad? It doesn't feel like I'm mad all the time. It feels like I'm like I'm trying to walk or run in a dream or something, and you go all sideways, and like my limbs don't work properly.
I suppose, is it the fact that we have not been going after your ideas lately? I imagine that's part of it.
Gwen kind of blushes a bit embarrassed and goes, I don't want to make it sound like it's just because you're not agreeing with me, but, I mean, it feels like no one got even what I meant. And I don't even think I was that wrong in the first place. And I don't know if that's just me being too bitter or up my own ego or something. I'm trying not to be. I understand what my teacher meant about all of that. What people mean when they say I can be too uppity before and stuff like that. I was too much of an asshole, I know. I've tried to course correct it, but I don't think that's it this time. I don't know. I feel restless. I thought winning the Vital Festival would have stayed
on the front of my mind. I mean, that's one of those things I always dreamed about doing, you know, back in primary. I wanted to be the kind of person, the huntress who'd go to school, stand out, place high, win in my fantasies about the Vital Festival. Even my teacher didn't get to do that when she was in school. And go on to have a really successful career and make a name for myself. And I don't know, maybe if I got too old or injured, I'd eventually teach like her and stuff. And I want to be one of those people who gets that far with it. I don't want to half-ass anything. And I've been doing that. I mean, it's in shade logic, so it's a little weird with tests and everything and what they consider important. But I've been succeeding there on the Vital Festival. It's like 4 people a year who do that. Whenever... Or 4 people every other year that can say they do that. It just... I don't feel different yet. Still feel a part of myself the same way I did when I showed up at Shade the first day. Yeah, I see things differently, and I think I've got more put together. I don't get as flustered with dumb things anymore, sure, but nothing changed.
When I'm glad that I came to talk to you. I'm sorry you felt this way.
She sighs a little bit. Yeah, I guess it's been eating at me more than I realized.
Well, I would like to say that I don't think I understand completely what you mean when you say that you wish to feel different. But I imagine that it's something that you won't really feel until it's the new normal.
That doesn't seem right, though. She says, kind of like worrying with her hands a bit with her bags. I mean, I know, I guess, but still, I don't really know how to tell what's correct. I thought it would make sense. I don't think Clara and Viridian are all wrong always about these sorts of things. Especially about, you know, making sure we help people. But going about it that way doesn't seem right. But now I don't know. I should know better. I shouldn't feel all worried about this. It was easier when I really did think everyone else was just wrong about these things. Now I feel like I have to check myself all the time. Every time something doesn't go the way I think, I have to start questioning if I understood it right in the first time. It feels like, if anything, I just regress to someone who has even less confidence in what they're doing. Like all those years at primary and the first year or so we've been here have just made me have to start from the bottom again. I guess that just goes to show how off course I was.
Felix will look very serious, like, oh man, no, say, Gwen, I must say that despite all that, we should not downplay all of our achievements, and especially yours, even if they make you think that way.
Yeah.
He'll kind of just look at the ground like, I honestly do not know what to say.
That's okay. I'm sorry. It's kind of a weird problem. I mean, I guess I'm basically just complaining that I got some things I wanted and I don't feel like they mattered. That sounds really depressing out loud.
Wow, I do not... Felix will just kind of look to the street and be like, I am so sorry you feel this way, Gwen.
Thanks. I appreciate you, listening to me go on about it.
It's no trouble. We should look out for one another.
Because we're teammates or friends.
Because we're both. So we are definitely friends, he'll say, looking at her straight, like...
Gwen kind of freezes up a little bit, like she was didn't mean to come across, make it sound offensive, and she kind of chuckles a little awkwardly. Right, sorry, that was a really mean, rude question. Honestly,
I do not think it is. You all have helped me quite a bit. The obvious thing I may be referring to is just one of those things.
right.
To not call you all friends would be, well, foolish if my understanding of friend is correct.
Right. Yeah, duh. Sorry.
Gwen kind of looks uncomfortably over as you're at the street light and sighs.
So, do you think I'm just overreacting then?
Well, I think that perhaps you are overthinking it a bit, but in this current situation, I do not blame you. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I get what you mean. Bad
You should-
time for all of this.
You should have more confidence, if that's okay to say.
I just know I do pretty poorly with too much confidence. I guess I've been trying to hold back so I don't get awful again.
Felix will just kind of nod his head, like just slowly, and be like, well, I still think that confidence has its place.
Right. I guess it'd be dumb to say otherwise. Huh.
Yes, when I have faith that you have truly grown from your first year. I don't expect that to ever happen again, frankly.
Yeah, you think? I mean, maybe not the exact same way, but... Okay, maybe, I get what you mean.
Yes, I think you've put it behind yourself, even if you do not believe it so.
Well, it's just, seems pretty easy to act the way you acted at one point. It's like, riding a bicycle or whatever, learning to swim, stuff like that. People do it once and they don't really forget, even if they don't do it for a while.
Well, I don't necessarily see it like that myself.
Oh. She blinks and then nods. Well, maybe it's just me then. Okay.
Perhaps I'm simplifying it too much, but I think you're smart enough to realize when you're acting like that, and you can make the call for yourself.
Right.
I just do not think you need to fear it as much as you do.
You're, probably right, she admits after a long pause. It's just something that I guess it's easy to fall into worrying about, huh? Right. I probably have more realistic problems to be getting obsessed over right now anyway.
I would imagine we have a couple.
Team cohesion just is a bigger beast to deal with. And I'd rather assume that maybe I'm somehow at fault sometimes. I don't know. I used to like to think that as long as I did things well, everything would work out. And I'm long past believing that. It's just a comfort zone, I guess. Well, I guess I'll just try and recalibrate how I'm thinking about this. To say it in the most awkward way possible.
I understood.
That's why you're easier to talk to, thanks.
Well, I think you may be the only person to say that to me. Felix will say, like, genuinely thinking if anyone's ever said that to him.
Yeah, that makes sense. Maybe I could try and think of some advice to help you now?
Felix will just kind of look at her like...
I mean, hey, you're the one who said you did this for yourself.
Yes, well...
It's not like I'm the only one who's upset right now.
That is true. I must admit that I am... I suppose the definition of huntsman is nagging me a bit as well. Those two seem so enthused about this. I do not understand why.
Well, like go ahead.
Is it truly because of this could potentially help people? I mean, I suppose it could, but I don't know. It seems like it's such a long shot to actually have any real effect. Not to mention the fact that it's not really what we're here for.
Well, my biggest worry has been this is just... Well... I mean, we've had a lot of serious problems already at points. My biggest worry is that they're just assuming there has to be one here. Like, we can't go a mission someplace by ourselves like this, far away from all help, without something going catastrophically wrong. Having to deal with some big problem. I mean, everything after Delatodos. You show up a place like this, and they're looking for something awful to happen, right?
Felix will look down and be like, oh, yes, I suppose I do make light of the fact that we do run into many interesting, I'll say, dangerous and interesting things, usually, on our missions.
Yeah, we've had quite a couple go a little up haywire, but I don't just mean as in we're looking for something bad to happen. I just mean, well, they're expecting to be able to deal with it. We're definitely good. But we're still not professionals by any regard. I mean, half of us, she says, kind of pausing to try not to sound too accusatory. Didn't really even understand how to talk to the governor. I mean, that's just normal stuff you'd have to do on a job, right? Deal with clients and things like that. Discounting what they ask of us and stuff like that. It's not exactly what you're supposed to do in the long run. Sure, I don't have a problem helping people, but... well, I'm just worried it's getting to their head. Thinking we've got a better judgment than anyone else on what to do. I know what it's like to think that way. I don't want them to fall into the same trap. Just because we all want to be huntsmen.
I suppose I didn't think of it that way.
Yeah.
I
mean,
truly hope that is not the reasoning.
well, I mean, why wouldn't it be? I wouldn't blame someone for thinking they'd be prepared to handle things like this after what we've been through. But I just don't know if that's actually a good thing for us to be thinking.
I suppose now I'm worrying. That is...
Damn. Sorry, I was supposed to be helping with that, not making it worse.
Oh. Quite fine. If there is a problem, we need to think of a way to fix it.
Yeah. I guess so. The only way I could see us actually fixing it is just going forward and making sure we're not getting in over our heads. Like, maybe sticking with what we're told to do. And in our spare time, instead of going into gangland, maybe we stick to smaller things, like teaching some silly noble kid a few tricks about being a huntsman. I mean, he was enthusiastic at least. It's not the worst way to spend our time.
I suppose not. But I do believe I was voted to be dealing with that.
Yeah, well, I mean, it might be a good carrot on a stick that we can work with to keep them from doing anything too dangerous. Besides, I mean, we've got Team Grail nearby. As long as we're not all busy, we should maybe think of working on more cooperative training, find some place to go do that. I'm sure there's some facility here we could use. Just reasonable stuff, like students would. I don't know. Maybe that's the wrong way to look at this assignment. But I don't think there's exactly a right way, considering we basically were hired out. Gale didn't send us here to test us or teach us anything, necessarily. Just to let us learn, right?
That is true. Our coming out here isn't what we would usually do.
Yeah. So we need to have a different mindset about things. That's what I settled on, thinking.
Well, it couldn't hurt.
Yeah.
And doing all that would be much better than chasing down drug dealers.
Yeah. Definitely. And hopefully that means we won't find any more enemies here. I'm a bit
That would
anxious
be nice.
about that guy.
Sorry, real quick. Who's been talking about? Wait.
Skunk man.
Okay, right. Okay, sorry, I don't know why my brain jumped over him.
Yeah, I'm pretty worried about Salem too, Gwen.
Fuck you!
Fuck you.
Yeah, I'm really scared of the puppets too, Glenn.
Yeah, they're scary.
Yes, it's frightening how often we bump into him, but I suppose this is all his turf, I'll say jokingly.
Yeah. That's why I don't like exactly staying around where we're staying right now. I don't think they really run around this part of town right now, at least on the streets. I just don't want any weird incidents happening. Not just because the governor doesn't want us to cause trouble, but because, I mean, it would just be trouble. Maybe they'll just let it go and forget about it. Something like that.
That would be nice, but I do not think that will happen.
Yeah, I know. Damn it.
Well, I just hope they don't cause too much trouble. That would be... Well, frankly, if I'm honest, I don't really care too much what the governor had to say, but he did make some decent points.
Yeah, he did. And I think you should care a little bit more.
But if he found out about this, I feel as if we would get that 3 times over.
Yeah,
I would
definitely.
like to avoid it. Especially if you and I have nothing to do with it.
I'd be surprised if we were allowed to stay here longer, yeah.
Felix will have like a... I'm going to see like a visible cold wave go over Felix. Oh yes, they may just get us kicked out.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like he needs help, but I don't think he's that desperate to allow someone running amok in the city to make more problems, right?
Yes, that is true. Well, I have faith in our friends.
Friends, yeah.
Felix will just look at her like, yes.
Right. Yeah, yes, okay. Yeah. Jeez. Just was wondering.
I'm not trying to say anything.
I know. Get it. Hopefully you'll have some better luck with Viridian. He's more amicable about these sorts of things.
Yes, well, generally I think that I could perhaps talk him out of this, but seeing how much work he put into it, the frightening amount of work he put into it, Felix will say, kind of looking off.
Just handle it from a different angle. You know, like, don't directly tell him not to, but lead him away from it somehow. He's a reasonable guy, all things considered. He can be a real jerk about some things, she kind of mutters quietly. But I know he's not impossible most of the time to deal with.
It's true. I think I have some ideas, but
Figured.
we'll see if they work. I do hope you have some idea with Clara, although I think she's a bit more... Felix will kind of look for the right word, but
And just lets out like a
Yes.
humorless laugh. Ideas for Clara? No, I don't have any. It's Clara. Once she sets her mind to something, she doesn't want to change it ever. It can be it's mostly a good thing, but in situations like this, I don't think I could do anything. She kind of quietly mumbles.
well, not give up so easily, please.
Well, I don't want to be unrealistic. She's like a force of nature. It's what makes her such a good huntress. If she just put it in the right direction, and didn't make things so hard for herself sometimes. Or me.
Well,
There's no way even someone like me could change her mind, you know?
I will agree that Clara's skill is undeniable, but I must say I don't understand why you feel as if you cannot change her mind.
It's not just her skill, Felix. It's her, will, I guess. She's real stubborn about things.
That is true.
I mean, look at everything she went through. She still wants to be a huntsman. She's a person you can't really direct off the course she chooses. Even if sometimes that means the course knocks you out of it. I'll just hope it won't keep us at odds forever.
Felix will just kind of look at Gwen like, kind of quizzically, like, I suppose I don't know necessarily what you mean, but yes, Clara is a very willful person.
Yeah, that's what I meant, basically.
But you don't think so lowly of yourself either, please.
Yeah, well, if I thought I could be more malleable, I'd just find a way to agree with her. That's kind of the problem, isn't it? I may not be a match for her, but it's not like I'm gonna give up what I think. And that's probably the big problem.
Well, if you... Felix will kind of... Now look very, very confused. Just like... Gwen, you should not give up what you think.
Right. Thanks. I won't. Guess it's just weird to talk about it like this. I never used to open up like this, so I guess it sounds weird coming from me.
I think it is the things that you're saying that are worrying me.
Huh. Oh, okay. Right. She nods, kind of like almost scientifically about that. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, don't look too worried. It's not like this is something new. She blinks. That probably sounds bad, too.
Yes. Gwen, I must ask this.
What?
You consider yourself on the same level as Clara, of course.
Same level?
Yes.
I like to think about us on different levels. Like a forked road or something. I can certainly keep up with her. I just don't take the same path she does. I never could have. Don't give me such a weird look.
I must say that you did grow up in separate areas, sure, but...
Not just grow up in separate areas, Felix. It'd be like if I tried to say I could say I'm on the same level of how you went. I didn't have something so horrible happen to me.
I'm just from a normal city in Mistral. Normal town in Mistral. I just grew up with parents who weren't super successful, but still did their best, huntsmen. My dad told me stories about it, even though my mom wanted me to just grow up to be a seamstress or a mechanic or something. And I wanted to be the best huntsman I can because the stories sounded cool. I like to draw weapons, and then I started to try and make them out of sticks and knives and stuff from the kitchen. And I just got better and better at it as time went on, in all counts. I went to a school, and I got the shade. I mean, how am I supposed to consider myself the same as someone like you or Clara? My biggest problems, Felix, have always been... Just kind of goes a little shy, kind of looks down. It's always been me.
Felix will almost look like he's in a haze while she's talking about this, and then she says it'll like snap out of it and be like, Gwen, do you truly believe just because terrible things happen to Clara and I that we are somehow different in some way you could never hope to climb up to?
She kind of looks like her face is like red, and she's like looking down and hiding in like some embarrassment. She kind of kicks you in the shin and goes, yeah, yeah, of course I do. People who go through awful things like that and still come out on the other end, they're like the people from storybooks. That's not a normal thing to happen. Most people have awful things happen to themselves and either die or just have to give up their dreams or something like that. People who go through all of that and get through it, you, Clara, Lucy, you're like people out of like movies and stuff. You're not real to me. I mean, you are, obviously, but I can't understand that. It never happened for me. How could I act like I could? Of course that means it's different. That's not me being weird. That's you not realizing it. I don't want to fall behind because of anything. Certainly not something like that. And I certainly don't want to make it sound like I'm making it sound important, but it is. To me, it is important to know that I have people like that, I know. People who will always be going higher and higher. Because where they started was somewhere so awful. Jeez, how did I even start talking about this? You should just forget it. This is really awkward.
I will say that it is awkward, but we probably should talk about it.
No.
I did not know you held such reverence for me.
Shut up.
Oh, Clara.
Oh, God.
I
Help me.
must say that saying that I'm like out of some story is almost insulting, frankly.
Oh, good.
Felix will just kind of shrug a little bit. And I would say not to feel embarrassed about this, but nothing could stop that now.
Yeah, I'll say.
Gwen, I truly mean that I hope that you do not believe that you could never... Felix was just kind of like... rub his forehead.
Don't insinuate that, she says, looking up at you like pissed off, leading up on her toes a little bit. If I didn't think I could get better than any of you, I would have never have come this far. And I'm certainly not stopping anytime soon, okay?
That gives me great comfort to know that I do not have someone who thinks that because I was breaking rocks in a mine, I'm better than them.
Like I said, it just means you guys it's more impressive than what I am now, than what you are, and you're ahead of me. And I wouldn't let something dumb like that, not that it's dumb, you know what I I just respect that, and I know where I am on the totem pole right now in the grand scheme of things, and I plan to be the best of the best still. I might have always been blustering about it, but I still meant it, even when I didn't know what it meant. I don't know if I know what it means now, but I'm not gonna stop. Just, sometimes I don't know what to do, like now. And you know what I do? I go out, and I'm gonna go back, and I'm gonna make Orb Weaver better, because I can't just stop here, because I'm frustrated with something. So, yeah. I may not know what to do now perfectly, but it's not getting in the way of me getting better, okay?
You cannot imagine the comfort that fills me when you say that.
Shut up! She just kind of shoves you, but kind of bites back, trying not to show that she's smiling a bit. Thanks.
I'm sorry, but this is quite humorous to me, you imagine.
Yeah, well, there you go. Glad you've got something to smile about too now, jackass.
Well, I just never thought of myself as someone that could fit on a comic book cover, you know?
I miss when you were so bad at talking you wouldn't even understand how embarrassing this was for me.
Well, we've all been growing in certain ways.
Yeah. Roll her eyes a little bit and then kind of smile a bit. You and Glen can keep walking down the street as you unless you have anything else, as you continue to kind of poke and prod, and she can be all huffy.
No,
in a lot
I
better
think
place
this is
than you
depressing
start.
enough.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. What did Clara do?
I've just been on a downward spiral my whole time. Uh-huh.
You thought I was getting better, but I have never stopped having anxiety.
I never stopped. I just got better at understanding it.
Clara, last scene thinking for a second. No, I think the problem maybe I'm not listening to her enough.
Felix,
Nah.
I just identified my problems better. I never solved them. What the fuck?
Oh, fuck.
Felix, we're not
Felix, it's been like half a year. What do you fucking expect from me?
Felix, we're not all you who just, I don't know, you're some kind of fucking freak, Felix.
You're a freak. You're a freak.
Felix,
You're a robot.
Felix, I don't have the tragic backstory bonuses in my starting class. It's really hard.
It hurts.
Felix, I'm sorry, but I respect you guys because you went through horrible things. Cringe.
Wow.
Ew.
I do think that's cringe.
Shut up. Alright. Let's see. Let's get down to business to defeat the Huns. That's a nice place to, as I said, wrap that scene up, and we're gonna come in on later that night. And by later that night, I mean like 3 a.m. As let's see, yeah. Let's go with this. As you're all gonna wake up in your inn room by the sounds of like a kind of like one of those Amber Alert sounding siren things coming from your scrolls.
Okay, yeah,
like-
obviously when that goes off, Claire will just wake up and like grab her scroll.
Yeah.
Felix is
Viridian's you hear Viridian like throwing his across the room and going, "Ah!" As Glen's up, kind of bleary-eyed, rubbing her face, and as it's an alert, incoming call alert, or incoming transmission, accept from the Merlot Labs app.
But Claire will accept and put on speaker.
That'll blissfully shut off the other ones, as you will receive a communication from Al. Hello. Good, you've woken up. Yes, please prepare yourselves and get dressed and gather your equipment.
Alright. Are we meeting you at the lab?
No, your assistance is being required down by the south side rail entranceway in the construction zone. I will give you the direct block and address. There has been a breach in one of the construction zones, and teams are being fielded currently. The governor has requested you all to arrive at the location and assist in the recovery of a certain amount of personnel that are currently in a safe zone or in a panic room within the mine shaft. Not mine shaft, within the rail shaft.
Right, give us any more pertinent details on the way there, and please make sure that the map is updated with an exact route as well.
I don't think I could give you a non-updated map. It's not within my exact capabilities.
Claire will not even think to really respond to that at this point as she's putting on her clothes.
Oops. Gwen's grabbing her shit and looking over. What about Iris or Grail? Both other teams have been mobilized at locations necessary for their assistance. Team Grail is currently occupied with other matters that have turned down their request, or that have forced them to turn down the request. Or no, not turn down. Sorry, Team Grail is currently not within the request range. Iris have already been fielded during the accident period, investigating some of the nearby mine shafts, and have been relocated to the closest nearby subway terminal for assistance in case the spillage spreads out further. You will be dealing with the initial site incidents.
Alright, we'll get there as soon as we can.
Wonderful. A car will be arriving any moment now. Take your time. Do take your time to prepare diligently, but not so much to be lackadaisical about these things. We don't want you showing up without your dust, after all.
Oh, to stop for a second and realize that she was thinking they had to fucking run.
Huh. Al just kind of chuckles.
Right. As Claire will just take a deep breath, being like, "Oh, I don't have to literally fucking jump out the building."
Yeah.
As she will double check her supplies.
It's like 3 in the morning. Sheesh. Why can't Grim ever do this thing on a normal timetable?
It's part of the job, Rudy.
I don't believe Grim would work on timetable. I fucking know, Al. Shut up.
Al, how big is this village?
Current estimations are not entirely accurate, as there's been no communication clearer than a direct warning and assistance request from the panic room itself. As you would imagine, visualization of the outside world was not intended with the construction of these panic rooms, but we can assume there is enough of an incident that it would request them to be more than a few moments' time held up in the panic room. The system is outfitted with enough security systems that a few Grim would be dealt with by themselves, so we can imagine it's a larger enough pack.
Claire will kind of spin around and sail them on and put them in her holsters on her legs.
There was no immediate construction fielded within the area, to my understanding, so it's presumed that this was an involuntary entrance that they had been broken through in one of the non-reinforced wall areas, thus meaning they did not crack any veins themselves. Further updates are currently unknown, and more details may be being withheld on site from some of the staff members.
Right, I guess we'll get a better picture once we're actually there of the situation.
They would be the experts. We are only working with the data we have here.
Right, well, if something changes on your end from what you know as we're traveling there, make sure to say so.
Certainly, and remember, if you have any requests of Dr. Merlot or Dr. Hamlin, I will do my best to contact either of them. Dr. Hamlin is still stationed at the lab here with me, and Dr. Merlot should be asleep somewhere that I can find him.
Yeah, actually, if you can give us a better breakdown on the way there or forward us more information from Dr. Hamlin on what type of Grim they specifically normally see in a situation like this.
Certainly.
That would certainly be of help, so we can look that over and know what to prepare for.
Certainly. A brief summarization of the Grim found in the subterranean area. Your car has arrived. I hope you're mostly prepared.
As Claire would have looked between the team. Yeah, she's pretty much okay.
Glen's suited up. Viridian's put on his last boot.
Yeah, I feel like she's all
Stretch it.
suited up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's get going. Ugh. I'm gonna need some coffee too. You can get some of that delivered, Al? I could try, but that seems rather comedic and sarcastic of a request. I mean, only halfway so, Viridian's saying as you're, like, exiting the room. And we'll be shuttled off towards the, it's not mine, I gotta stop calling it. It's a railway entrance. Yeah, right. Yeah, it's a subway. Okay, let's see. Alright. You guys will be dropped off. Oh man, this is dropped off to the map where I've begun to embrace scaling things in Roll20 differently. A feature.
Oh my god, dude!
It's really nice to have like maps that don't have to be fucking huge, but I can have bigger distances on.
Hey man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I forgot that Liam
Right,
taught me this.
Liam did remind me of that.
Out of everyone, Liam taught me something on Roll20 is a new one to me.
Honestly, that's kind of fucked up if you think about it.
No, that's awesome. You know, you'll arrive on site as you'll drive by. There's a few police cars stationed nearby some of the entrances but they aren't like sirens on. They're just kind of stationed there, and it looks like they're stopping, like, you know, making sure people don't drive in. When they see your car, they'll already be backing up to make space for you guys to slide in. And as you make your way up, like, it looks like there's a bunch of people around, and there's an ambulance pulled up, but sirens aren't on. And you're obviously informed on the way over there. Al would have given information on what on expected Grim is like. Oh, well, you know, under subterranean Grim, it's generally things like what are they called? The creeps, or sometimes, occasionally, depending on the groups, there's some Ursa, or in like Death Stalkers and things like that. The big scorpion ones.
Yeah.
Or the other common subterranean Grim you might encounter in larger cave systems in this area that aren't out of nowhere, and that cave breaches like this aren't something that's completely unheard of, and they have systems in place for it, which is why they have this panic room system and everything. But this one was on a job that, like he said, it was a breach by the Grim, and it wasn't like they tapped a wall by accident and found a cave and Grim came out. So this is a surprise to them. They didn't have like enough people on staff right now for any like huntsmen's, like who would go in and deal with them if there was a cave here. They were surprised by this one, and it wasn't on any of their maps and records they have of the area. So that's why there's a bit of a commotion. And he insists that on site, feel free to work with any of the security guards, but don't raise a panic at anyone nearby. Try to remain inconspicuous of anyone driving by the area. Keep, panic to a minimum.
Yeah.
There. You guys will pull up. And you'll see some of the EMTs nearby and some of the rail workers who were either inside or had driven over for their early shift and are confused why the facility's locked up right now.
Anything... I'm saying this mostly to Ben. Of anything we want to talk about on the way there in the car?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
Just checking.
Alright. So you guys can arrive on site here.
Yeah.
And as you are pulling up, and I guess just making your way forward towards the area. Just maybe a bit further. Oh, why the fuck did it just shrink you like a weird little bit? What the fuck?
Shrinkage.
As you're pulling up, another car is going to speed in behind you guys and skid up, open the door, and hustling out of the door in a sort of like suit, a dress suit sort of thing, and a little overcoat is actually the governor, following quickly behind all of you from a different car. He'll step out as some of his attendants are like getting out of the car, like his driver and stuff. He'll look over at all of you and nod. Good, you've made landoff already. Come, we're talking to the chief for a bit of debriefing on this.
Claire will just nod. I shall follow behind him.
Keep a whap step up as he kind of makes room as some of the EMTs move over, and he will grab the chief's attention of this sort of thing as they'll point over. This is Supernova. They're the team that'll be dealing with things. As the black tooth, the chief here, he's got a big black tooth. It's all gummy. It looks like this plaque and shit. It's disgusting. We'll saddle up. I'll kind of look you all over and I'll go, all right, yeah, we got them entrance all plugged up right now, but we got some of my boys in there. Well, it's supposed to be a routine reinforcement job. We weren't knocking anything down today. But sounds like something must have gone real agitated or something. Or just realized one of the walls was thinner. Certainly one on any of the maps we got. You know, not like we digging in with a survey. This here tunnel. This here's the Palsy B24. This was one of them old tunnels. So it's not like we even been dugging this thing out ourselves really up till now. A bit further extension source, and the governor will kind of lean over and kind of whisper something in his ear and kind of nod. Right, speeding along. Point is, this place pretty old. This is like pre-war stuff, and we was supposed to be having pretty up-to-date maps on all them things, so we got no idea what happened, if there's some Grim in there that's been digging or something, but we ain't got any idea if there's one big enough to be doing that in the area. I think we would have heard a little more rumbling than that, so me and the boys have no idea what would have been happening in there, and boys in there still locked up in the chamber and all that.
Right.
So they ain't gonna go peek for you, so can't tell you anything better than that.
Right. How secure is the bunker that they're staying in?
Well, I don't let my boys work in these sorts of facilities without a little more of assurance, and luckily the break was none more than just even like a quarter of a mile away from one they was, so they hopped in one of them rail cars things, and not rail car, one of them little chasers, and drove on down to it and got in pretty quick as the wall was cracking. And so they got in there before even the Grim fully got out, but they certainly hear them out there now. Well, I wouldn't say they're in too much immediate danger of getting torn up. Things pretty reinforced. I mean, they still on a line with us, and nothing dangerous and crazy has happened there. Though they did say they think one of them turrets either started malfunction or they got to it or something. So I'm figuring the systems there ain't going to be enough to clear the Grim out themselves. Why we need you especially.
Right. Just want to make sure that what kind of timetable we're looking at if we have to rush more than we normally would have to.
Yeah. Well, we got them reinforcement gates up here. Make sure they ain't getting out this way either. So we'll be able to seal them behind you and all. But security systems in here with the power divergence and all that to make sure the security chamber and safety chambers all turned online and all that, and make sure the doors here, making sure the Grim don't get out. We got a 4-layer system minimum per door. That means a lot of the cameras and all that stuff's a little on the fritz because we need to make sure this shit ain't getting out. Ain't exactly hosting a zoo here where we film Grim that get in there. So until we get any more assistant general from some of the local electronic companies, we ain't going to be powering the whole railway to be able to survey the area. So y'all make sure you can get in there quick and all that. Might not know exactly what's in there, but I mean, it's Grim. Use Huntsman, right?
Right. I think all we need now is more detailed map that you have of the area, and you should be set to go in there and start dealing with them to get them out.
I've updated all your scrolls with the needed information, Hal says from below. Yeah, what that guy said. He looks around confused as he kind of heard it come from Verdian's scroll. Verdian just sighs. And the governor looks over at you. You know what you need to do now? Well?
As Claire will just nod. Get in there, take out all the Grim, and make sure that everyone gets out alright. Correct?
He nods. That's the most important thing right now. They shouldn't have been working. He looks back towards the chief, and the chief kind of pulls off his little, backwards ball cap and rubs one of his cheeks a little bit. Well, sir, y'all know how much of a timetable we're working under. We just didn't want to put you under having to slack off or anything like that. McDonald kind of rubs his bridge of his nose, and he looks really fucking frustrated and sighs.
No matter no matter your work ethic, this is still clearly some level of incompetency, or wasn't allowed to allow a break-in of Grim in these tunnels.
If you excuse us, Governor, Claire will just nod and look towards the tunnel.
Right. Spare no time with this. I want them out as soon as possible. I'll be having words with the chief here. Yeah, we'll be talking, I guess, and we'll keep you communicated in case there's anything else.
Right. We'll keep you updated on the situation and get them out as soon as we can.
These tunnels were originally pre-war, like they said. This place was going to be a transport for weapons, larger caches of supplies and things. The tunnels are secure enough and large enough for you to deal with the Grim in them, I'm sure, but make sure in case there's any sections that haven't been reinforced, you take care that the integrity of the tunnels aren't in any shambles due to the Grim. A cave-in would certainly be the death of you all if it was directly on top of you.
You don't have to worry, Governor. We're experienced enough with dealing with tunnels.
One time, I'm thankful you're from Shade. Right, get moving then.
Unless anyone has anything else, I'm good to get moving towards the cave. Or the tunnel.
No, not really. Gwen would have been kind of talking as Claire's getting some brief info and your guys are talking. As he said, the tunnels were in the war and stuff, Gwen would kind of look over and look on her scroll a few times. And as you guys are walking towards the area, make your way over and getting through the gates and all of that, Gwen would say, yeah, okay. These are those tunnels. I think these ones were originally going to be set up between this place and Vale. So they run pretty deep. They were never finished, but...
Was it for people transport or goods?
No, I mean, this place was just a weapons manufacturing plant during the war. This is probably one of the earliest places during the Glen that was actually constructed we're standing in right now. So, I see what he means. It looks like they've been reinforcing this place since. I guess the governor wants to maybe finally finish this tunnel?
Oh, I have to imagine having a pipeline all the way to Vale. The city's called Vale, right?
Yeah, you're right. Go ahead.
All the way to Vale. I mean, that'd be pretty beneficial, I have to imagine.
Yeah, it certainly got a lot more fucking traffic here. That's Marion saying as you're shoving open the door and you're getting let through.
And I mean, if the tunnels themselves are fully secured, that'd be one hell of an escape route should some problem happen with the Grim in either place.
Y'all think that's why they were so hurrying for it?
I gotta imagine with the migration and everything, it at least makes them more interested in getting it actually going.
Whew, yeah! I guess it would be easier to smuggle drugs into the city with this. Shut up, Viridian.
Viridian, please.
I'm just trying to lighten the mood a little bit as the kid's final door unseals and you're allowed in. Alright, come on, let's go in the hell tunnel then.
Viridian, please watch the jokes.
Hey, gotta keep morale up. We got people on the line here. We gotta go in smiling.
Claire just thinking why the fuck do you think they'll find it funny?
Because he finds it funny.
Come on, he's not that stupid, is he? Is he?
He's confident.
And as you guys, antithesis.
As the little alert says the doors are opening, finish, and you step through into the tunnels, your footsteps kind of echoing down the partially lit railway subway systems. The doors make their noise again with these big as they seal behind you, and you guys turn. Those with lights probably have some personal lights, and Felix is a faunus. Light up and look towards the tunnel as you all sprint down it.
Sorry, just imagine Felix clicking a little thing on his on his eyes.
I imagine Felix with the night vision goggles on.
Of course.
like Splinter Cell goggles.
Yeah,
Of
he's got the
course.
Splinter Cell goggles.
Felix is wearing his nightmare goggles, and nothing's different.
Nothing's different. He looks at Gwen and nothing's
It's
different.
different.
God,
As you guys,
remember when Blake like hit the light switch or something when they were fighting in the napkin?
Ah. Yeah, she turned it off. So no, it was Ilya turned it off, so Blake couldn't see her in the dark because, as Carrie liked to try and explain it, later retroactively, he said, "Well, if the lights are off, she's a chameleon and she's turning black like darkness is, so she blended in."
But she can see in the dark.
Well, yeah, but it's black, like dark, like shadows are black, right?
Well, I guess they've never explained. Do Fauna see in color in darkness? Is it literally like D&D dark vision?
It's like they can see perfectly in the dark.
No, I want to go into that.
Jesus, they can just see perfectly in the dark.
God,
I mean, they to a degree that they're just able to function completely normally.
I want to go into that, but we can save it for the podcast.
We can save it for the podcast. And we can also save it for next time because that was our closing as the door closed behind you.
Oh.
And there was a little bit of darkness in your guys' lights lit up.
Yeah, we entered Vault 101. I gotcha.
Yeah.
Damn,
Oh, I'm-
Felix. Now we got.
Damn, Felix. I thought we were going to have a 2-hour combat session.
A guy
right
runs
now.
down the hallway and who was that, Felix? I don't know. And you say, Gary.
Oh my God, Felix, we gotta save them. They're Gary. Oh.
No,
No.
you gotta save all of them. I don't know.
We have to save.
If you let even a single Gary die, you lose.
Yeah, Clark kills you.
Yeah, Clara kills you. No, Felix, how
There
can
you
you
go.
do that to Gary?
Look, Felix, I'm a creepypasta.
Look, Felix, I'm a creepypasta.
No, it didn't realize how funny it was until he said
It
it.
stuck up on me.
As someone drives up behind you, opens the door, and the governor starts walking the dinosaur.
Yeah. Laugh it up. Laugh it up!
Ho, ho, ho.
Ho, ho,
Felix in the
ho.
back? No fucking way.
Oh, fucking
No
way.
fucking way. Look, Gwen showed me the Santa Claus. I find this character to be frightening.
Yeah, Felix is like really fucking scared of Santa Claus because he thinks he's like a fucking lich or some shit.
Yeah.
Who inhabited Tim Allen, who is Felix's favorite actor.
No, that's Adam Sandler.
Yeah, we've established this. Come on.
That's established.
Well, no, that's
100%.
Felix's best friend.
No.
He never met Adam. He was too scared to
never
approach
met
him.
God.
I know Felix has
Look
a
back
best
at episode 120, True Believers, to see Felix beating himself up for not being able to talk to Adam
Adam
Sandler.
Sandler.
God, man,
Alright.
we've really gotten some weird plot points this far in.
Well, I hope you guys enjoyed it today. And it was only today.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
was good.
Look,
Yeah.
we
No,
got
no,
some,
I
we
really,
got some.
I really enjoyed it. I'm looking forward to another cave adventure because ours are always so fruitful.
Oh yeah.
This is a
I'm sure this will go better than our first cave adventure with some hostage situation or something. Like
I don't know.
there's a pig.
That one, your first cave was under the school, first off. Second, there's a railway tunnel. Big difference.
Okay.
Well, railway tunnel was.
You know,
Like that-
maybe one of you won't come out of this one.
Yeah,
Maybe one
I
of
got
just
you
kill
now.
herself.
It was Satasha, and now we're in Satasha Hard. I got you.
Thank you!
We're going into Metro. Felix, you better know how to speak Russian.
I don't.
Wow. With that, I think we can just play us out then, it sounds like.
I gotta give
Yeah.
the spiel.
Mario.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, play us out with that fucking.
Nope. They'll never hear that.
If you like what we do here, please like, comment, and subscribe. Share with your friends. All of that jazz. Please continue to enjoy as we continue to enjoy making this. Also tune into the Supernova Safari, our podcast, which is coming into a new age as we are almost done with the Grim campaign. We've already finished all of season 1 and 2 and only have the bonus episodes left. So, look forward to that. It'll be coming out soon. I mean, as soon as in like a couple days after this. So yeah, no. A lot of fun on the horizon. Also down below, obviously, check out the link to the One Piece game ran by myself, played with Noah, and other people in the past. It's very good. I happen to quite enjoy it, and I'm sure if you like what we do here, you'll like that too. Other than that, I think we will just see you next time.
Yeah, bye everyone. Stay safe.
Pointed second hand counts down the life of me.
Yeah. Yeah, no, good session, good session.
Tick tock tick. Constantly I think of things I can't.
We had to record this in 2 days, I'm sorry. It's because I was like dead after work when we did the first session. But you know. Good now. How are you guys doing? How you guys feeling about Matt and Glen? Answer down below. It's between just you and me. If one of you is mad enough to literally sit through the ending for some reason, though it's only like what, minute and a half out of like a multi-hour long video. I have to imagine like if you actually get to the end, you probably just watch the ending for funnies. Either way, see you next time.